Xianxia's pupils constricted, and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. The blood in the pool gradually became lighter, as if countless essence had been absorbed into the demon's body. As time passed, the demon's beast form gradually receded, and he gradually took on a human form. Zhi Taiqing put his ear to the ground and asked softly, "Mr. Yang, are you all right?" The monster in the pool still had his eyes closed, but his expression was much calmer. He did not answer and instead asked, "What is it?" "Mr. Yang, there's a little trouble," said Zhi Taiqing. An unknown expert barged into the ancient martial kingdom and snatched the demon emperor gold slip from the starry crescent land. That person's strength was extraordinary. Even Lord Yaozhe couldn't keep him. The demon in the pool suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were red like blood, and his pupils could not be seen clearly. The blood color in his eyes was like rolling waves. Gradually, 2 pupils appeared, which were like jade rings the size of fingernails. Divine transcendence? Were there many experts who had reached divine transcendence in the world? It should be easy to find out. Mr. Yang said slowly, "That person is very young. According to my guess, he looks like the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang, who has been causing a lot of commotion recently." Zhi Taiqing said after thinking for a while. "The reincarnation of Gu Feiyang?" Mr. Yang's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure. "Why did he snatch the demon emperor gold slip? Could it be that you want to interfere in our business?" Zhi Taiqing said, "This seems to be an accident. However, it's definitely not an accident that Gu Feiyang came to the ancient martial empire. I'm just afraid that Jun Ruyun's side has caused trouble." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the figure coldly. His heart was rippling, and a handsome figure appeared in his mind. The change of imperial power in the secular world is just a fleeting cloud. "It's not worth mentioning," Mr. Yang said with a sneer. "You're right, my lord," Zhi Taiqing said. "But the change of imperial power is related to the ownership of the Taiyu Mortal World Scroll." Mr. Yang snorted and said, "Is the ownership of the Wandering Mortal World Scroll important? How many years had it been? Who had broken through it? Not to mention you and I, even if it were to be passed down for 10 or 100 generations, no one would understand. That thing is just a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water." "Yes. So, Mr. Yang, are you saying that I don't care about Gu Feiyang anymore?" Zhi Taiqing asked carefully. Mr. Yang thought for a moment and said, "Let's not worry about it for now, but we must keep a close eye on it. If his only goal was to help Jun Ruyun's side achieve the succession of imperial power, then he could do as he pleased. It doesn't matter who becomes the emperor. However, if he interferes with the matters of the 5 Cloud Mountains demon clan, he must be eliminated." With the intention to kill, the blood water around Mr. Yang started to swirl. The entire pool was filled with a violent aura, causing the blood water to splash away. "In that case, I'll report this to the sect master first," Zhi Taiqing said. "Go," Mr. Yang said. "You should know what to do. You don't have to ask me about everything. Just understand our purpose." Zhi Taiqing said, "All right, but there's one more thing. It's related to the Demon Emperor's Gold Scroll and Xianxia." "You don't have to worry about that," Mr. Yang said. "For such an important matter, the Demon Emperor will definitely set up 3 layers of moon restrictions. There's no way to break them. Only a few demons know how to break them. If you forcefully break the restriction, the golden slip will be destroyed." Zhi Taiqing thought to himself, "I see. No wonder Yaozhe is so at ease." Yunxiao frowned as well. He had checked the 3 layers of lunar seals, and it was true. It seemed that it would be very difficult to get the information inside. "The blood this time is not bad," Mr. Yang said. "There's also some warrior blood in it. It's just that it's been a long time, and I can't wait. Next time, you must bring it here earlier." His words were reproachful and irrefutable. Zhi Taiqing seemed to be a little afraid and nodded repeatedly. Then, he flicked his sleeve and the flames on the pillars were extinguished. The hollow returned to its original dark state. The entire array stopped operating and returned to dead silence. Yunxiao's eyes were immediately blocked, and he could no longer see the ground clearly. Zhi Taiqing quickly left the grotto heaven, closed the formation in the small courtyard, and turned to leave. However, he stopped after 3 steps, and his face instantly turned pale. He was filled with shock and exclaimed, "You're so silly." A few steps away was Yunxiao, who said slowly with an expressionless face, "Sir Zhi Taiqing, this lowly one has just arrived, and there are many things I do not understand. I would like to ask you some questions." Although Zhi Taiqing was flustered for a moment, he calmed down in an instant and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why have you come to the Thousand Mountain Prefecture?" "I haven't even started asking," Yunxiao chuckled. "You've already asked 2 questions in a row?" Zhi Taiqing said, "This place is the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Your background is unknown. As an elder of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, I naturally have to ask more." "Let's wait for a while," Yunxiao said. "If you give me a good answer, I'll give you a chance to ask me. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy, and the consequences will be very serious." Zhi Taiqing trembled inexplicably and felt a chill. The other party's eyes seemed to penetrate his skin and bones, directly into his heart, and saw through everything. This feeling made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and bean-sized cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He wanted to shout and ask for help, but no matter what he did, he couldn't make a sound, as if his neck was being strangled. An unprecedented fear spread in his heart, constantly destroying his faith and courage. He only felt that the person in front of him was like a god, and he could not fight against him no matter what. He could only bow his head and listen to his orders. "How is Jun Ruyun now?" Yunxiao asked slowly. "How is he?" Zhi Taiqing was shocked. His voice trembled. You are really, you are that lord." Yunxiao's face darkened as he cried out in a cold voice, "You're asking me or I'm asking you?" The low voice was like a war drum or a thunder bell. It hit Zhi Taiqing's chest directly, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhi Taiqing took 3 steps back, and his eyes were filled with horror. Even if the other party was a divine transcendence, it was impossible for him to injure him with a shout. Yunxiao took a step forward, and his aura pressed down as he said, "How is Jun Ruyun now?" Zhi Taiqing didn't dare to act rashly anymore and hurriedly said, "He's fine now. There's nothing wrong with him." Yunxiao sneered and said, "Oh, really? You don't seem to get along with him. What did you mean when you were talking about the imperial power succession in the heavenly passage under the courtyard?" "Ah? You? What?" Zhi Taiqing was shocked. What he was most worried about had happened. The other party had followed him all the way here and had seen everything that had happened. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead like rain, and for a moment, hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. "You can lie, or you can choose not to," Yunxiao sneered. "But my patience is very limited. I can only give you 3 breaths of time to consider. 1. I'll talk. Zhi Taiqing's heart completely collapsed as soon as he pointed out the 1. Since the other party could follow him silently, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Everything became insignificant compared to his life. Zhi Taiqing said, "The emperor of the ancient martial empire is about to pass away. There are 2 candidates to take over. One is the 3rd prince by Ganj, and the other is the 9th prince by Wuxian. They are fighting fiercely with each other. Not only did the 2 of them form cliques, but even the Thousand Mountains Prefecture was fighting over the inheritance of the throne. Jun Ruyun's wife, Princess Xiaoya, has always been on good terms with the 9th prince, by Wuxian. Jun Ruyun would naturally stand on by Wuxian's side." Yunxiao frowned, seemingly a little displeased. As Mr. Yang had said, this secular change of imperial power was just a fleeting moment, and only martial arts would last forever. Among his disciples, Jun Ruyun had the highest talent and was the only one who had learned 3 of his sword techniques. But now, when he heard that he was not thinking about improving his martial arts and was spending his time on such a thing, his face immediately sank. Zhi Taiqing didn't know that. He thought that the other party was not satisfied with what he said, so he became nervous and said hurriedly, "Right now, the 2 factions are basically evenly matched, Why would the Thousand Mountains Prefecture interfere in such a worldly matter? Yunxiao asked. Was it because of that so-called traveling the world of mortals? What is that thing? This Ing Luo. Ji Taiqing hesitated for a moment, but when he saw Yunxiao's eyes, his heart trembled, and he said honestly, "It's rumored to be a divine skill, but no one has been able to comprehend it for so many years." Divine skill? Oh? Yunxiao's eyes lit up. Who has the Taiyu mortal world now? As long as it was a divine skill, it would definitely have the ability to shake the world. It was very normal for these people's cultivation to be insufficient to comprehend it. With his knowledge and comprehension, there might be great hope. It's in the hands of the current emperor, Ji Taiqing replied. How can you let a secular emperor hold such an important thing? Yunxiao asked. Ji Taiqing said, My lord, you may not know this. The Thousand Mountains Prefecture was also separated from the ancient Martial Kingdom's royal family. Although it is now above the royal family, most of them are from the 100 schools of thought. On the other hand, the Taiyu mortal world was a jade seal used to pass down the position, which was also the imperial seal of succession. As a result, the Thousand Mountains Prefecture has always placed this item in the imperial family's possession, and has made an agreement that no one other than the Thousand Mountains Prefecture's sect master is allowed to use their authority to touch this item. I see, Yunxiao said. Next question. Where is the realm of no return? The realm of no return. Ji Taiqing was stunned for a moment before he immediately replied, I can't tell you the exact location of this place, but we have to go through the special teleportation array of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. My lord, do you want to go to the land of no return? He asked. What? Yunxiao asked. Can't I go? Of course not. Ji Taiqing shook his head repeatedly. Although the realm of no return isn't as one-way as its name suggests, it's still extremely dangerous. It's as hot as fire inside, and you can easily lose your breath if you're not careful. You've been there? Yunxiao asked. Ji Taiqing nodded and said, The realm of no return seems to be a lost space. It's now considered a training ground in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Yunxiao pondered for a while, not knowing if Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunshang were among them. If Gu Shanshan had lied to him, she would be dead. Last two questions. Who is Mr. Yang? What does your Thousand Mountain Prefecture have to do with the monster race? Is it because the seal on Five Cloud Mountain has loosened? Yunxiao asked slowly. Ji Taiqing's body trembled, and cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. He wiped it with his hand a few times, but it was still dripping with sweat. This question clearly involved him, and even the core secret of Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Ji Taiqing struggled in his heart for a long time before he exhaled heavily and sighed. Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. Master Yang is actually Jun Ruyun. What? Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Suddenly, an abnormal sense of danger spread from the bottom of his heart, and a power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas came from behind him, wanting to crush everything. He suddenly realized that Ji Taiqing had deliberately said an unbelievable and shocking thing to distract him so that he could cooperate with the person behind him to attack with all his might. Just as he was feeling the danger, Ji Taiqing suddenly made a move. He formed a seal with one hand in front of him and drew a long sword with his other hand. Then he thrust it forward. The sword was covered in runes, and the light was bright as it pointed straight at his heart. Countless cracks spread around the sword. It was Ji Taiqing's full power strike. Whether or not he could survive would all depend on this attack. He was also going all out to gamble. Although the sword momentum was terrifying, Yunxiao did not take it seriously. Instead, he felt that the force coming at him from behind was very dangerous. He was no stranger to this power. It reeked of blood, and he knew it was Mr. Yang without even looking. However, he didn't know how and when he got out of the seal. With no time to think, Yunxiao performed a thunder incantation with one hand, and his entire body instantly turned into a green thunderbolt. 9 layers of thunderstar rings condensed outside his body. Boom! The power behind him struck the thunderstar ring, and countless thunderbolts exploded in all directions. Following that, the 9 star rings broke apart one by one. However, the shattered lightning did not disappear. Instead, it continued to spread around his body and condensed into a thunder world. Boom! After the attack broke through the ring of stars, it finally fell on Xianxia and shattered his body of thunder. A blood-red figure immediately appeared where Xianxia had been standing. In a daze, his face could not be seen clearly, but he shouted, "Not good! Hurry up and run!" After saying that, the blood-red figure was about to leave in a flash. Ji Taiqing was also shocked and turned to leave. At this moment, within a radius of 1,000 feet, they were in a hazy green thunder world. A cold voice rang out as he laughed. "Can you leave?" Two huge hands of green light condensed between heaven and earth and slapped toward the two of them. At the same time, countless lightning snakes materialized around the two of them, coiling around them like ropes. The lightning flickered and frantically destroyed their defenses. "No! Save me!" Ji Taiqing roared in despair and kept struggling to escape. The lightning snakes were endless, and he could not break free no matter what. He could only watch helplessly as the palm fell on him. He could only wait for death. Boom! Boom! The power of the two palms suddenly slammed into the ground, causing endless lightning to spread in all directions. But Xianxia was afraid that the aftermath would be too great, so he used the power of the thunder world to bind the aftermath and immediately turned it into two pillars of lightning that shot up into the sky. The blood-red figure dissipated with a single slap from the lightning palm, completely turning into nothingness. Mr. Yang, who was in the cave, suddenly screamed. His mouth split into the size of a basin and he spat out blood like water. Armor appeared on Ji Taiqing's body, but it only lasted for a moment before it suddenly shattered. He kept trembling and screaming under the palm, as if he was not willing to die. A large amount of blood spurted out, and his body was torn apart inch by the lightning. He howled in pain. All of a sudden, the lightning that filled the sky disappeared. The clouds dispersed and the fog dispersed. In an instant, the world returned to its original state. Everything was clear and bright. The terrifying world of lightning just now was like an illusion. Ji Taiqing stood on the ground with blood all over his body. Blood was spurting everywhere. He was badly injured. He also felt like he was in a dream, but his near-death state told him that it was not a dream. Yaojia's figure appeared in front of him in an instant. He looked around with a gloomy expression, then looked at Ji Taiqing and said, "Are you all right?" Ji Taiqing wanted to curse in his heart. "I'm about to die, and you say I'm fine?" However, he was still very grateful. If Yaojia had arrived a little later, he would have been turned into ashes. "Many, many thanks to Darren for saving my life, Xianxia." After he finished speaking, he fell to the ground. Yaojia was about to help him up when he saw chaotic lights coming from all directions. They flew into the courtyard and were all people from the Thousand Mountains Manor. When they saw Ji Taiqing lying on the ground, they were shocked and hurried to check. An old man with fluttering white hair took out a scarlet elixir and stuffed it into Ji Taiqing's mouth. Only then did Ji Taiqing slowly wake up. He opened his eyes and shouted, "Sect leader!" The white-haired old man was the Thousand Mountains Prefecture's sect master, Victorious 100. He said with a dark expression, "What's going on?" Ji Taiqing gave Yaojia a look, then slowly told him about Yunxiao's intrusion. However, he did not mention Mr. Yang. He only said that they had a fight after he found Yunxiao following him, and he almost died. Fortunately, Yaojia came in time. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they began to discuss. Yaojia stood at the side in silence, his eyes flashing with a strange light. No one knew what he was thinking. "Are you sure it's Li Yunxiao, who claims to be the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang?" asked Bai Shang in a serious voice. "Are you sure?" Ji Taiqing thought for a while and said, "It should be. I can't think of a second person besides him. And he seems to be very interested in the land of no return, so he should be thinking of a way to get in." Realm of no return, Xuanji. Bai Shang mumbled to himself. His expression changed several times before he finally fell silent. "There's only one entrance to the realm of no return," said an elder. As long as we wait for him, we can take him down. The victors of 100 battles glanced at him coldly and sneered. Elder Mao Haokong, even if you guard the entrance, can you stop Li Yunxiao? Mao Haokong was stunned for a moment. He also snorted unhappily. Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants here? Do he come and go as he wishes? 100 Victories looked at Xianxia and cupped his fists. What do you think, Lord Xia? This man has stolen the Demon Emperor gold slip. Although he can't open it, it's an important matter for the demon race. Xianxia said. If the Thousand Mountains Prefecture has a way to stop him, I'm very willing to lend a hand. Great! Mao Haokong clapped his hands in joy. With Lord Xia's help and the strength of our Thousand Mountains Prefecture, that Li Yunxiao will never be able to escape. The victors had a hesitant look on their faces, as if they couldn't make up their minds. Does my lord have any concerns? The philosopher Yao asked. Indeed, Victorious 100 said frankly. If we really arrest Li Yunxiao in Thousand Mountains Prefecture, I'm afraid everything within 1,000 miles will be destroyed. I think it's best not to provoke him and ask him what he wants. As long as he doesn't go too far, I'll let him be. Mao Haokong's face was filled with anger as he said sternly, Great sect leader, if you do such a cowardly thing, you will definitely become a laughingstock in the world in the future. Mao Haokong, what kind of attitude is this when you talk to me? The victor said coldly, I'm only thinking about the Thousand Mountains Prefecture's interests. Do you know how many people will die if we start such a big battle in our own lair? Isn't it normal for people to die? Mao Haokong sneered. When did the sect leader become so timid? If sect leader is not willing to take action, then leave this matter to me. Impudent! Die! The victors of 100 battles shouted coldly. A powerful aura burst out from his body, forcing Mao Haokong's expression to change. Mao Haokong laughed coldly, as if he did not dare to face the other party's aggression. I'll report this matter to the Holy Region. I'm afraid you won't be able to make the decision then. I'm the master of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. The victorious Bai said coldly. I'm in charge of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture's affairs at all times. When did the sanctuary have the right to speak? Why you dare to slander the sanctuary? Mao Haokong said in shock and anger. When did I slander the sanctuary? The victors said disdainfully. Everyone here could hear it clearly. Moreover, the Holy Region is only in charge of the Five-Cloud Mountain. What right does he have to interfere with the Thousand Mountains Prefecture? Xiaoxia's expression changed slightly, and a cold light shot out of his eyes as he snorted. Humph! Mao Haokong snorted angrily. If that's the case, then I can't be bothered to worry about this. Sect leader, you can do what you want. In his anger, he flicked his sleeves and left. Immediately, a few of his subordinates followed closely behind, and nearly half of the people left. Is Lord Victorious 100 really not going to arrest that human? Asked the philosopher. You must know that he has the Demon Emperor gold slip. If it was opened and the secret between you and me was revealed, I'm afraid it would be difficult for the Thousand Mountains Prefecture to establish itself in this world. Bai Zhanqing said, Lord Xia, don't try to trick me. It's not that easy to open the Demon King gold slip. If it was so, Lord Xia would have been impatient. Why would you be standing here in peace? Xiaoxia chuckled. No matter what, I'll find Li Yunxiao. He has a deep grudge with us demons. It's up to you, my lord, but I don't want the Thousand Mountains Prefecture to be involved, Bai Zhanqing said. He ordered someone to support Zhi Taiqing and turned into a stream of light. Xiaoxia snorted disdainfully and furrowed his brows. His face began to transform into a demon, revealing his nose and sniffing the air. Strange. Could this smell be a Kasaya? He muttered to himself with a hesitant look on his face, and finally flew away. Not long after, the Thousand Mountains Prefecture sent people to clean up the ruins in this area. They were all ordinary people. Over the courtyard, a bolt of lightning descended and transformed into Yunxiao, who began to observe the courtyard carefully. Then, he made a hand seal and set up a barrier around him to avoid alarming others. Then, he put 2 fingers together and slashed out a sword chi to cut the ground open. He raised his hand and tore the entire ground open. He flew in instantly and soon arrived at the center of the grotto heaven, above the formation. His brows furrowed and his face instantly sank. The formation had been broken, revealing the huge blood pool below. Mr. Yang was nowhere to be seen. Xianxia scanned it with his divine sense, but he did not find any useful information, only the pungent smell of blood. He muttered to himself for a while, then turned around and entered the Divine Realm tablet at the foot of Mount Inch. He directly found Yuan Gaohan and took out the Demon Emperor gold slip, saying, "Old Yuan, take a look at the restriction on it." Yuan Gaohan took the gold slip and stroked it with one hand. Immediately, 3 formations appeared and flickered in the air like shadows of the moon. "This is a Xianxia. What an exquisite 3-in-1 formation," Yuan Gaohan exclaimed and immediately scanned the formation light with his divine sense, his expression constantly changing. Not only are these 3 seals combined, they are also connected as if they are one. They are extremely profound and I'm afraid it will be very difficult to break them. Even you don't have a way? You are a 9th-tier alchemist. When you understand that the better the key, the more unique it is, you can try it with Lord Mudi. When Yuan Gaohan mentioned Lingmu flute, his eyes suddenly lit up and his mood rose. "All right," Xianxia said. "I'll ask him." He disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Ing Luo, your sister. Take me with you." Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment, and he hurriedly stomped his feet and shouted. His body also directly disappeared from Mount Inch. The 2 of them went to Lingmudi's residence and handed over their intentions and the gold slip. Lingmudi touched it lightly and saw a bright light. He asked doubtfully, "This gold slip belongs to the demon race?" "That's right," Xianxia said. "Your Excellency is indeed a genius." He immediately explained the whole story. "The demons were sealed in the 5-Cloud Mountain by our clansmen?" Lingmudi asked in surprise. However, after a brief moment of shock, he regained his senses and stared at the gold slip in contemplation. "It's been thousands of years, and everyone is the same," Xianxia said. "But I don't understand why there was such a great conflict between the 2 races back then." He looked at Yuan Gaohan, as if asking for an answer. Yuan Gaohan said, "I know a thing or two about this. Back then, Gu Qingqing, the palace master of the Divine Firmament Palace, had a martial arts duel with Demon Emperor Fei over something. In the end, Demon Emperor Fei lost, but he stood up. Therefore, Gu Qingqing sealed the entire Demon King's lineage into the 5-Cloud Mountain in a rage. Gu Qingqing only sealed the bloodline of the former Demon Emperor, and also sealed many other demon clans and races that were once prosperous. Break the appointment? Lingmudi was surprised. Was this record correct? Although the members of the demon clan are more brutal, they value honor more. There are very few who don't keep their word, let alone the emperor of the demons. Yuan Gaohan shook his head. "I don't know the details. Even if there are some deviations in the records, there must be a degree of authenticity." Lingmudi nodded. "That's true. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm just very surprised. This seal is one of the most powerful seals of the demon race. It's very difficult to open it unless you use the correct method." Yuan Gaohan's face revealed a look of disappointment. In his eyes, Lingmudi's image was incomparably lofty, and he had thought that he could learn a lot more. "It's difficult to open it, but it's not impossible," Xianxia said with a smile. "Right?" "Yes, but the chances of failure are extremely high," Lingmudi nodded. "If you can't open it, it's useless to keep it," Xianxia said. "Please give it a try, my lord." "All right," Lingmudi said. "Since you've said so, I'll give it a try." He held the gold slip in his hand and activated the 3 lunar seals. They continuously grew in size, and each formation was the size of a grinding disc. They flickered above the gold slip. Lingmudi suddenly clenched his fist and threw a punch. Boom! A gust of wind from the fist hit the 3 seals. The gold slip was hit and immediately exploded, turning into countless golden lights. Ah! Both Xianxia and Yuan Gaohan were dumbfounded. So the so-called method was to smash it with his fist? Now it was smashed into pieces. Both of them were extremely puzzled. Xianxia was about to ask when the broken golden light suddenly flickered in the air like powder, slowly condensing into some strange symbols. The symbols were like characters, but they were not. They were the characters of the demon race. However, the two of them frowned. They could recognize quite a few demon clan characters, but they didn't know a single one of these. Lingmu Di, however, frowned and read it carefully. The words became fainter and fainter from the front to the back. In the end, the golden light could not gather and scattered after tumbling in the air for a while. "It's a pity," the Lingmu Di said. "Part of the content was still destroyed, and I can't restore the whole thing." "My lord," Xianxia said in surprise, "you can recognize those words? It looks like demon characters, but it's different. It should be a more obscure word in the demon race," Yuan Gaohan said, puzzled. "That's right," Ling Mudi said. "It's the secret text of the demon royal family. I happen to know it." His eyes flashed with reminiscence and a hint of decadence. "What are those demon characters describing?" Xianxia asked. "What are they talking about?" "The current demon emperor has contacted the demon clan in the Five Cloud Mountain," Ling Mudi said. "They're going to work together from the inside and break the seal of the Five Cloud Mountain." "What?" Yuan Gaohan was shocked. Xianxia was also quite shocked, but he only frowned slightly before he returned to normal. "When will they make their move?" Yuan Gaohan asked anxiously. Ling Mudi shook his head. "It's a pity. Part of the content was destroyed, so we can't restore the whole thing. We only know this much." Yuan Gaohan's face was filled with worry as he said, "Could it be that the saints didn't notice such a large movement? If I'm not mistaken, the sanctuary has an intelligence agency in the ancient martial empire that is in charge of the Five Cloud Mountain. They have also stationed many experts there in case of emergency." "It's simple," Xianxia said. "All the defenses have been broken through by the demons. Since the gold slip was to be sent to the Five Cloud Mountain, two things were certain. Firstly, the person guarding Five Cloud Mountain is no longer reliable. Secondly, a crack has appeared in the seal of Five Cloud Mountain. This matter is too important. We must immediately send a message back to the holy region," Yuan Gaohan said cautiously. "You can go if you want," Xianxia said. "I don't have the time to care about this. If the seal of the Five Cloud Mountain is broken, it will cause another war between the two races and the world will fall into chaos. Don't you have any compassion?" Yuan Gaohan said angrily. "It's not that I don't have compassion," Xianxia said. "It's just that the current situation is complicated, and you can't judge anything just by a gold slip. Besides, I have important things to do, and I'm waiting to save someone." "Humph!" Yuan Gaohan snorted angrily. "Since you're not going, then I'll go." "Yes, sir." Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Humph! Let me and Chun Yu out," Yuan Gaohan said angrily. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia immediately teleported Qin Zhuanyu and Yuan Gaohan out of the Divine Realm tablet. The two of them appeared around the blood pool. Chun Yu was still a little confused, but Yuan Gaohan said, "There's an urgent matter. Immediately follow me back to the holy region." Chen Yu didn't ask any more questions. The two of them immediately turned into a stream of light and flew away. Ling Mudi's eyes flickered as he looked at Xianxia and suddenly laughed. "Haha! You're still very worried about the demon race trying to break through the Five Cloud Mountain." "Oh?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "Why do you say so?" Ling Mudi chuckled and said, "If you really didn't care, you would have agreed to Yuan Gaohan's request and sent the message back to the sacred zone. But you didn't and instead let the two of them leave. Because this matter was of great importance, you were afraid that sending a message wouldn't be effective, so you had the two of them personally come." Xianxia smiled and said, "I'm sure everyone has noticed my little plan. The appearance of the monster race is indeed a major event. I don't want the chaotic situation in the realm of heavenly martial arts to change again, and it will be a huge change. What will come sooner or later," said Ling Mudi. "We can't stop it even if we want to. It might not be a bad thing if the monster race can come out of the mountains. At least, the monster race played a great role in resisting the demon master back then." "Oh? There's actually such a thing." It was the first time Xianxia had heard of it. Of course, Lingmu Di said. The Demon Master's goal is the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. Everyone has a responsibility. The whole world is united, and that's how the demon was successfully sealed. Before the demonic tribulation arrives, it's also fate that the demon race will reappear. Demonic tribulation? My lord, Xianxia said with a frown. Do you think the demon-sealing war from 100,000 years ago will happen again? Who knows? Lingmu Di said worriedly. But now, I feel very uneasy. I hope it doesn't appear in the next few hundred years, Xianxia said. Let me live a comfortable life. Haha. How can you decide the fate of the world? Lingmu Di laughed. You're the owner of the heavenly saint artifact, the divine monument of the realm. You've also received the inheritance of Lord Xianxia. You've also cultivated demonic arts and obtained the 2 rainbow stones. Are all these just coincidences? My lord, Xianxia said with a frown. Do you mean that I have been guided by an invisible force from the beginning to the end, and I have connected these things that are related to each other again? Of course, replied Lingmu Di. It's the will of the heavens. TSK. True void. Xianxia snorted disdainfully, then left the divine realm tablet and appeared around the blood pool. However, his expression became grave. The further one pursued the heavenly Tao, the more one could sense those ethereal things. Mu Lingdi's words made him feel a little depressed. After thinking about what he had experienced over the years, there was indeed a faint arrangement of fate. Even the Devil Sealing Seal was released by him, and now the Devil Lord Piu was directly related to him. If all of this was a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Moreover, he had always believed that there were no accidents in this world, and that everything that happened was meant to happen. Who cares? Even if the sky falls, there's still a tall one to hold it up. The holy region and the sea of soul formation are above all the other sections. If something happens, they should be the ones to stand up for it. Xianxia muttered to himself, but he could not relax. The sacred zone was like a leaking bucket. There were problems everywhere, and even the 5-cloud mountain could not be guarded. Although he didn't know how the demon race had broken through the link, as long as there was no problem with the sanctuary's guard, it was impossible for the outside to send information in. Moreover, he didn't know if this Mr. Yang was a human or a demon, but the cultivation technique he was using was definitely a demon race martial technique. It seemed that the Thousand Mountains Prefecture had a huge problem. I don't know how Ruyun is now, and whether Hongyan has entered a realm of no return. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then immediately disappeared from the Blood Pool Grotto. In front of an ancient-looking building in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, the atmosphere was tense. Mao Haokong's face was gloomy. He was surrounded by more than a dozen martial artists, and his killing intent was intense. The dozen or so cultivators were all extremely nervous, cold sweat dripping from their temples as they looked as if they were not afraid of death. This old master only wanted to visit Elder Tai Ching, yet you dared to make things difficult for me. I'll count to 3. If you don't make way, you'll all die, Mao Haokong said coldly. Mao Haokong, you are the Grand Elder of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. How dare you disobey the order of the sect leader? One of the men said angrily. Since you know I'm the Great Elder, you still dare to call me by my name so rudely. You deserve death. Mao Haokong's figure moved. That person was caught off guard. He was directly hit in the chest by a palm and died on the spot. He killed someone. Mao Haokong, you really dared to kill a fellow disciple. You deserve to die. The surrounding people were all shocked and angry, and all of them rushed forward. Killing intent flashed in Mao Haokong's eyes. He said coldly, "Since you all don't want to live, then all of you can go die." He continued to attack, and every move was a killing move. Several more people died on the spot. The rest of the people immediately became timid and hurriedly retreated in all directions. Since we're from the same bloodline, I'll spare your lives for now. Get lost. Mao Haokong shouted loudly. The aura on his body shook everyone away. He then strode into the house. Those martial artists didn't dare to attack again. Several people directly flew up and went to get help. He also left a few people outside to keep watch, not daring to enter. Mao Haokong entered the house and passed through the front hall. He saw Ji Taiching lying in the house, seemingly asleep. Elder Taiching. He called out softly, and seeing that there was no response, he slowly walked up. Elder Taiching, are you asleep? Mao Haokong called out again, but there was no response. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Who is it? Ji Taiching suddenly sat up straight and was extremely alert. Mao Haokong's hands trembled when he suddenly sat up, but he instantly returned to normal. He showed a concerned expression and said, "How is Elder Taiching?" "So it's Great Elder. I feel much better now," Ji Taiching said. "It's good that you're feeling better." Mao Haokong nodded and said. Ji Taiching said, "Thank you for your concern, Great Elder. If there's nothing else, Great Elder should go back and rest early. If you're too tired, the Thousand Mountains Prefecture will be in chaos." Mao Haokong flicked his sleeves and snorted. "So what if I'm exhausted? This Thousand Mountains Prefecture is his victors in 100 battles." Ji Taiching hurriedly said, "Why do you say that, Great Elder? If it weren't for the Great Elder's hard work, the entire Thousand Mountains Prefecture wouldn't be as prosperous as it is now. What has he done after winning 100 battles? What credit can he have?" Mao Haokong's expression softened and he said, "You're the one who knows right from wrong and is reasonable. I'm the Grand Elder, yet I still need the approval of those who have won 100 battles to come and visit you. Who does he think he is? How is this possible?" Ji Taiching was shocked. "That can't be." "Humph. Why is it impossible? I was intercepted when I entered, and in my anger, I killed a few people before I entered," Mao Haokong said coldly. Ji Tai said with clear eyes, "This Kasaya?" Mao Haokong looked at him with a profound look and said, "With Elder Taiching's cultivation, it's impossible that he didn't notice it, right? This buy-in." Ji Taiching's eyes flickered a few times. He quickly turned his head and said, "My injuries are too severe, and I was in a deep sleep just now. If the Great Elder hadn't walked in front of me, I wouldn't have woken up." "Then he's really seriously injured," Mao Haokong said. Ji Taiching said, "That's right. I also want to recuperate quietly. Great Elder, you should go back and rest early. Don't tire yourself out. The entire Thousand Mountain Prefecture still depends on you." "If that's the case, I won't disturb you any further, so as not to delay Elder Taiching's treatment," Mao Haokong said. He turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He turned back and said, "By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to ask Elder Taiching. When the seal on the 5-Cloud Mountain cracked, did the demon who escaped from it die?" Ji Taiching's face turned pale. He forced a smile and said, "Hey, didn't he die a long time ago?" "Oh, really?" Mao Haokong turned around again, as if he did not want to leave. He walked directly to the bed and said, "I almost forgot. I've recently obtained some healing pills. I wonder if they'll be of any use. Let me take a look at Elder Taiching's injuries." He reached out to lift the blanket on Ji Taiching's body. "Pa!" Ji Taiching suddenly grabbed his arm and said, "Although my injuries are heavy, they're no longer a problem. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. I won't waste First Elder's saint medicine." Mao Haokong's pupils shrank. He stared at Ji Taiching's hand and said, "Elder Taiching, you've recovered a lot of your strength. How did you manage to recover from such a serious injury in such a short time?" Ji Taiching smiled and said, "How else can I do it? I happened to get a supreme cleansing pill back then. I took it just in time. It really has a magical effect." Mao Haokong replied with an "oh" and said, "So it's the Taishang Qingqing pill, no wonder." Ji Taiching pushed his hand away and said, "Great Elder, are you not going back?" Mao Haokong said, "Of course I'm going back. However, I'm feeling extremely depressed now. I didn't expect the victors of 100 battles to treat me like this. No one will complain to me. I can have a long talk with Elder Taiching while I'm on my knees." He reached out to grab the blanket again. "I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not used to sleeping with others." Ji Taiching hurriedly tried to grab Mao Haokong's hand, but the other party was already prepared. He turned into an afterimage in the air, grabbed the quilt, and pulled it away. Suddenly, a ray of red light rushed up, like an extremely sharp blade. Pa! Mao Haokong's 5 fingers clenched, and the blade light was caught in his palm. His face suddenly laughed hideously, and he said, "Elder Tai Ching, what's the meaning of this?" Moreover, his pupils contracted as he stared at the saber ray. It was as red as blood and extremely demonic. Ji Taiching's face was pale. He jumped up from the bed and was about to escape. "Elder Tai Ching, we haven't even had a long talk yet," Mao Haokong sneered. Boom! He threw a punch at Ji Taiching. He was hit and sent flying out of the house. He kept vomiting blood. He was already heavily injured, so how could he be a match for Mao Haokong? His eyes were filled with fear as he said, Great Elder, what are you doing? What are you doing? Elder Taiching was the one who attacked me first, right? TSK. I came here with good intentions to deliver the medicine. It's really disappointing. Mao Haokong laughed hideously as he walked forward. Ji Taiching quickly regained his composure and said, Great Elder simply wants to know the whereabouts of that monster race cultivator. If you kill me, you'll never be able to find out. Mao Haokong instantly rushed forward and grabbed Ji Taiching. He said coldly, You really do know and even learned that demon race cultivation technique. Quickly tell me where that demon is. Can I still live after I tell you? Ji Taiching stared at him and said coldly. Mao Haokong sneered. You're not stupid. Of course you can't live. But you can die a happy death. Kill me then. Ji Taiching's expression changed drastically. Don't expect me to tell you anything. You want to die? It won't be that easy. Mao Haokong's 5 fingers dug into his shoulder blade. He grabbed him and disappeared from the spot. Soon, he brought him to the inner part of a mountain range. He found a random place and threw him to the ground. Then, he struck out several sword chi and pierced them into Ji Taiching's limbs and bones, as well as all of his acupoints. It made him roll on the ground and curse continuously. I've been loyal to you for so many years. In the end, I won't have a good ending. You won't have a good ending either. Humph, loyal? What's with the Grey Demon clan? Mao Haokong stepped on his face and said through gritted teeth, You dared to hide the Grey Demon tribe behind my back and still dare to say you're loyal? Do you know that you can't escape the blame even if you die 10,000 times? Pa! Ji Taiching spat out a mouthful of mud and cursed. Who's willing to be a dog for life? I also hope that one day I can step on you like a dog. Ha ha. That can only be the next life. Mao Haokong stomped on Ji Taiching's head and smashed it into the ground. He even gave it a few hard stomps and shouted, Where are the people of the Grey Demon clan? Hurry up and tell me. Hurry up and tell me. Ji Taiching gritted his teeth. He had already made up his mind that he would not say anything even if he died. His eyes grew blurrier and blurrier, but suddenly, his pupils constricted. He saw a young man standing not far away. It was Xianxia who was standing there quietly, and he had no idea when he had arrived. Just by standing there, it was as if he had merged with the earth and mountains. He and Mao Haokong did not notice it at all. He suddenly felt like laughing, and he couldn't help but chuckle a few times. Ha ha ha. Seeing him laugh, Mao Haokong became even angrier. He lifted his foot and stomped down hard. After the stomp, he immediately became alert. He quickly turned around and shouted, Who is it? It's all right, Xianxia said. Just pretend I don't exist. Continue. Mao Haokong was shocked. He took a few steps back and said, Are you a human or a ghost? To be able to appear in front of him so quietly, all of them were peerless experts, but the person in front of him was too young, so he thought he had seen a ghost. All of a sudden, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and he immediately understood who the person in front of him was. He cried out in alarm, Li Yunxiao. He didn't say anything and turned into a ray of light to escape. This old man is quite smart. Yunxiao grinned hideously and ignored him. Instead, he walked toward Ji Taiching. Stop him. Ji Taiching was anxious. We can't let him go. I have nothing to do with the grudge between you two, Yunxiao said. I have nothing to do with it. Ji Taiching was taken aback for a moment, but then he thought that it made sense. so he kept silent and looked at Xiao. So young Master Yun is here for me? Xiao nodded. Why are you looking for me? Ji Taiqing asked. Could it be for the sake of the Grey Demon clan? As long as you kill Mao Haokong for me, I will tell you the whereabouts of the Pale Demon. Xiao shook his head and said, No, that's too much trouble. I've already decided to search your soul directly. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Don't be afraid of the pain. Your Excellency, please don't. Ji Taiqing was horrified. When he saw Xiao reach out his hand, he suddenly turned into a stream of light and fled. However, how could he escape? He was directly frozen in the air by a force, and his 4 limbs could not move at all. Xiao's divine sense instantly broke through his spiritual ocean and began to search without restraint. Ji Taiqing's life began to appear one by one under his divine sense. Suddenly, a strange power appeared. It was gray like a sea of blood, and it started to corrode his consciousness. Xiao's face flickered, and he hurriedly withdrew his divine sense. But the force did not let go and continued to chase after him. He snorted coldly and raised his hand to point. A sword chi shot from his finger into Ji Taiqing's brain, causing blood to spurt out. Then he clenched his fingers, and a red light shot out. When it landed in his hand, it was a small piece of scarlet flesh. The meat tendrils seemed to have a life of their own as they throbbed in his palm. Xiao stared at it for a while. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came out of the meat tendril, and it exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. A shadow was rolling in the blood mist. It was Mr. Yang in the blood pool in his demon form, staring at Xiao with killing intent. You're from the Grey Demon clan? Xiao asked. Are you from the Grey Demon clan? The shadow snorted coldly and began to fade, its eyes fixed on Xiao until it disappeared. He condensed a wisp of divine sense into a physical breath and implanted it into Ji Taiqing's mind. This is not a simple technique. Xiao's eyes flickered with worry. At this moment, Ji Taiqing was dead, and the memory search had been forcibly cut off by the flesh bud, but he still got some vague information. In a flash, he left the Thousand Mountain Prefecture. An hour later, he appeared in the sky above the capital of the ancient martial empire. The entire capital was boundless. In terms of scale, it was not inferior to Red Moon City. A huge city like Xinyan City was just filled with ordinary people and not many martial artists. He suddenly frowned. Just a few streets away from the imperial palace, a group of people were dragging a young girl. The young girl was crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain. The surrounding people looked on in horror, and no one dared to make a sound. This kind of snatching of women was not rare, and it could not shake his heart. However, his heart inexplicably moved, and he teleported down and appeared in front of those people. Haha, don't cry. After Master Bao has played it, if he doesn't like it, we brothers will be lucky. Haha. The man in the lead laughed unscrupulously, and the other people also laughed in an extremely lecherous way. Some of them even began to move their hands and feet, causing the girl to tremble in fear and tears to flow. Pa! The leader of the group slapped the clumsy martial artist in the face and shouted, Be honest! Master Leopard hasn't used it yet. Do you want to die? The man was so scared that he retracted his hand. Don't be impatient, everyone. If Master Bao is unhappy, we brothers will enjoy it, the leader said. Hee hee. The group of people laughed hideously. They were surrounded by fearful gazes. Not only did they not dare to move forward, but they also cowered and retreated. Suddenly, the lecherous laughter stopped, as if time had stopped. All the sounds disappeared, and even the girls crying stopped. All of them stared at Xiao, who was standing in front of them, in shock. Brat, are you looking for death? The man in the lead was furious. He took 2 steps forward and raised his head with a fierce look, shouting, Where did this little rascal come from? Get lost. Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He could not be angry with such a small fry, so he just said indifferently, Let her go. Let her go? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Do you know who we are? Are you new here? The few men laughed and looked at Xiao coldly, as if they were looking at a dead man. "Boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just beat him to death. There's actually someone who doesn't have eyes and dares to meddle in our business these days." The other few people also clamored loudly. The leader looked at Xianxia with an angry expression and said, "Did you all hear that? My brothers have already spoken. Consider it your bad luck? Or are you just too stupid? Die!" He gave a loud cry and threw a punch at Xiao's head. Pa! Xiao raised his hand and gently grabbed the man's fist. Then, a bone-cracking sound was heard, and the fist, which was as big as a casserole pot, was crushed into minced meat. Ah! Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the sky. The leader was in so much pain that tears fell from his eyes. The other people were stunned for a moment, but they reacted in an instant. They shouted angrily and rushed into the sky. Light flashed in their hands, and they took out their profound weapons and slashed over. These were all martial artists with a certain level of strength. However, it was useless. Before they could even get 3 feet away from Xiao, they were shaken off by the aura and killed on the spot. Ah! This time, everyone was dumbfounded, knowing that they had encountered an expert. The leader was so scared that he forgot the pain. He was sweating like rain and said in a trembling voice, "Why, Your Excellency, we were blind. Please forgive us and spare our lives." The other man also trembled. "You can't kill us. We're Master Leopard's subordinates. Everyone has to give Master Leopard some face. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive in the Empire. Don't kill them." The young girl also cried out in fear, her face pale. Looking at the dead people on the ground, she was so scared that she forgot to cry and trembled in fear. Xiao frowned as well, somewhat regretting his meddling. Even if he killed these scoundrels, as long as he left, this little girl would most likely suffer even more, unless he got rid of all the forces behind these scoundrels, but that would be too troublesome. "Young man, you're in big trouble. You'd better hurry up and leave." A kind reminder came from the crowd. At that moment, a couple ran out from behind. They were the girl's parents, and they knelt in front of Xiao, crying and kowtowing as they said, "Sir, you can't kill them. Let them go or our entire family will be dead." "Who is Master Bao?" Xiao was a little annoyed. "Who is Master Bao?" The leader of the men was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled apologetically. "My lord, you're not joking, right? You don't even know Master Bao." With a slap, Xiao shattered all his teeth and sent them into his stomach. "Any more nonsense and you'll die." The man was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat, but he became well-behaved and swallowed the blood in his mouth. Master Leopard is the head butler of the 9th Prince, Bai Wuchen. He felt extremely aggrieved. He never thought that someone would look down on Master Bao. Bai Wuchen. Xiao's heart jolted. He remembered what Ji Taiqing had said, that Bai Wuchen was the prince supported by Jun Ruyun. He was immediately displeased, and he said coldly, "Take me to Bai Wuchen." Ah! Ah! The man was stunned, and then he opened his mouth in surprise and said bitterly, "Your Excellency, you must be joking. I'm already very lucky to be able to see Master Leopard. How can I see the 9th Prince?" Xiao knew that he was telling the truth, so he said, "Take me to see your Master Leopard." "Yes, yes, yes." The man hurriedly nodded, his heart filled with joy. He lowered his head with a sinister expression. Master Leopard has many experts around him. If you go there rashly, you'll be courting death. When the time comes, you'll have to pay back this humiliation 1,000 times over. He even turned his head slightly to glance at the young girl and the couple. His eyes were also filled with killing intent. It was all because of this little girl that so many of his brothers had died. He definitely couldn't let her off. Xiao's face was still expressionless as he said indifferently, "Let's go," he said. The group of people immediately flew into the distance, with the man leading the way and Xiao following behind. A few of the survivors carried the dead bodies, and more people followed from a distance. Even the young girl and the couple followed behind, not daring to escape. An hour later, the group of people arrived in front of a restaurant in a grandiose manner. The word Chen was written in a flamboyant manner on top of the restaurant. Inside, there was laughter and singing, and the fragrance of the wine flags drifted in the air. Everyone stopped in the distance, not daring to follow. The guards in front of the restaurant were all arrogant and shouted from afar, "Stop!" The man who led the way immediately didn't dare to move. He shouted from a distance of more than 10 zhang, "Brothers, I'm Master Bao's subordinate. I have something important to see Master Bao." "See Master Leopard?" The guard looked at the scene. All of them were heavily injured and were even carrying a few dead bodies. He said angrily, "Get lost, don't mess around, don't court death." The man was so anxious that he knelt down on the spot and wailed, "I'm really Master Bao's subordinate. This brat has seriously injured us. I hope that all of you can help us seek justice. Big brothers, help us seek justice." The rest of the people also knelt down and cried in grief. "These kids are really Master Bao's men. I know them." One of the guards seemed to have recognized them and said in surprise, "What? There's someone who dares to hit Master Bao's men." The rest of the guards were shocked. They could not help but look at Xianxia and said vigilantly, "Little brat, what's going on? Do you know that you've caused a huge disaster?" "Where is Master Bao?" Xianxia asked. One of the guards raised his thumb and pointed behind him. "Master Leopard is upstairs right now. Not only is he here, but the 9th prince is also here. It's just that you won't be able to see him." Xianxia nodded and walked into the restaurant. Suddenly, a few screams rang out, and the few evildoers were all beheaded, dead. The guards were taken aback, but then they suddenly found that Xianxia had disappeared. Above the restaurant, the spring light was thick, and the dancing sleeves shuttled back and forth, revealing a decadent intent. A man with a jade-like face was leisurely drinking wine. He was holding a beauty in his arms, looking very pleased. All kinds of laughter rang out in all directions. A sudden shout pierced through the entire environment, and all the sounds stopped abruptly. "Who is it?" 2 guards immediately appeared in front of the man, one on his left and one on his right, staring at Xianxia vigilantly and in shock. He was standing in the middle of all the dancers. There was no such person before, as he had just appeared out of thin air. The dancers also noticed something strange. In a panic, they immediately retreated to the sides, leaving Xianxia standing alone in the middle, with all eyes on him. "Who are you?" The 9th prince, Bai Wuchen, looked to be in his 30s, and he stared at Xianxia calmly as he asked. He only had the strength of a martial emperor, and although he could not see through Xianxia, he could sense that the man was extraordinary, which piqued his interest. "You are Bai Wuchen?" Xianxia asked. "Are you Bai Wuchen?" "Rude." The 2 guards in front of Bai Wuchen cried out in unison. The murderous aura from their bodies spread out like an erupting volcano, rushing out directly, trying to give Xianxia a blow. Both of them were 6 stars martial emperors, so they could sense Xianxia's abnormality better than Bai Wuchen. But they only felt that it was unusual and did not worry too much. After all, in the ancient martial empire, 2 6-star martial emperors were enough to solve most of the problems. The pressure from the 2 men swirled a few feet away from Xianxia, causing the colorful feathers of the dancers in the distance to flutter and make them scream in fear. "What?" The 2 of them were shocked at the same time. They couldn't believe what they saw. The 2 of them looked at each other, and a hint of coldness flashed in their eyes. They wanted to test the waters again. "Stop!" Bai Wuchen immediately stopped. His eyes were shining as he said loudly, "Come, give this friend a seat." Only then did the 2 6-star martial sovereigns completely withdraw their auras and retreat to the sides. They knew what the 9th prince was thinking. He must have a love for talent, and he wanted to take this man under his command. "No need," Xianxia said. "Is Jun Ruyun here? Tell him to come out and see me." The place fell silent again. This time everyone's mouth was wide open. Even Bai Wuchen was stunned for a while before he said, "You know Prince Aryun?" Xianxia did not answer, but said, "I know he's not here. Inform him to come see me now." At this moment, a few cultivators sneaked up and whispered in the ear of a man with a full beard. The bearded man's eyes instantly turned fierce. He suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Brat, you killed my men. Xiao glanced over and said, "You're the master Bao they're talking about." "It's me," the bearded man replied. "I'm the 9th prince's head butler, in charge of Tao Wu." Boom! Before he could finish, a hole appeared on his forehead, and blood gushed out. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear, which then turned into despair. The bloody hole had appeared too suddenly, without any warning. He was also an 8 stars Marshal Supreme, but he had died so inexplicably and without any warning. Ah! The people present were all shocked and scattered. Everyone knew that Xiao had done it, because he was raising his hand with one finger pointing out. However, no one saw him make a move. Even the 2 6-star Martial Emperor experts trembled in fear and quickly stood in front of Bai Wuchen to protect him. The martial artists who had come to report were even more dumbfounded. They stood there, their minds blank. Bai Wuchen's face also turned pale, and he lost his calmness instantly. However, he still had the demeanor of an emperor. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Who the hell are you? Why did you kill me with just a word?" "No." Xiao retracted his hand and said, "Those who kill will always be killed." "What do you mean?" Bai Wuchen asked. Xiao looked at him coldly and said, "Don't you understand what I mean?" Bai Wuchen's heart was burning with anger. However, he knew how terrifying the person in front of him was. Moreover, his 2 mid-stage martial emperor guards also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. He knew that these 2 guards were not confident that they could stop the other party. Even if Master Bao has offended you, you don't have to kill him, right? As the saying goes, even if you hit a dog, you still have to look at its master. Your Excellency really doesn't put this king in his eyes. Xiao had a strange look on his face as he said, "I've never taken you seriously? Who do you think you are? You coward!" Bai Wuchen was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. His face was constantly filled with anger, rolling like clouds. This was also some kind of secret martial skill, and it was obvious that he couldn't suppress his inner emotions. As a superior, there were not many people who dared to speak to him in such a way since he was young. Even the elders of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture would not insult and slander him like this. However, he quickly suppressed his anger, because the current situation was extremely unusual. This was because if it was any other day, the martial emperor powerhouses around him would have already charged forward to kill him. However, at this moment they did not move at all. No one dared to take a step forward. Even the 2 6-star martial emperor powerhouses did not make any moves. And when he glanced over, he was shocked to find that the 2 of them were sweating cold sweat on their foreheads, as if they were extremely frightened. Bai Wuchen's mind turned like lightning. He immediately understood that the person in front of him was much more terrifying than he had expected. It was very likely that he was an outstanding disciple from a big sect. Even he could not hope to reach such a figure. He was shocked. He didn't know where this person came from, and he seemed to have a grudge against him. But on second thought, if he could recruit this person under his command, then he would have another bargaining chip against Bai Gongji. Especially if he could rope in the great power behind him, he might be able to influence the decision of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, which would be greatly beneficial to him. Although the princes were fighting openly and covertly, the one who really played a decisive role was still the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. "My friend, I was too impulsive. Come. Quickly give us a seat." After thinking it through, he immediately changed his attitude and said, "Friend, since you've killed me, I believe that I must have a reason to die." His words chilled the hearts of the warriors who were working for him. But in order to make friends with Xiao, Bai Wuchen could not care less. "Not bad," Xiao said. "You're quite a quick thinker. You're quite a character." He roughly explained the matter and said, "Since this guy is already dead, I won't argue with you. I hope you can let the woman downstairs go and don't look for trouble." I will. Bai Wuchen patted his chest and said firmly, "Don't worry, my friend. As long as I'm still in the ancient martial kingdom, no one will dare to harass that girl. I didn't expect Master Leopard to do such an evil thing. Thanks to you, my friend. Not only did you punish the wicked, but you also saved my reputation. Otherwise, I would be scolded by all the people in the city if I let him continue to do this. It's good that he died. He immediately clapped his hands and praised. The surrounding people felt a chill in their hearts. Who didn't know what Master Leopard had done? Moreover, Bai Wuchen was the one who had snatched those beauties to recruit talents and give them to various forces for their own use. The instigator behind this was most likely Bai Wuchen. Now that she had died for him, it was really disappointing that she was being called a good death. However, it was one thing to be disappointed, but it was another thing to be in reality. Everyone followed suit and clapped their hands, cheering, "It's good that you're dead, black sheep. This fellow is so bad. He should have been killed long ago." All of them were filled with righteous indignation and looked righteous. It was the complete opposite of the way he was just now, indulging in wine and women. The dancers were all dumbfounded, as if they didn't recognize these people. At this time, someone had already brought a chair over and placed it next to Yunxiao. Bai Wuchen said, "May I know your name and where you came from?" "You don't need to know," Yunxiao said. "Inform Jun Ruyun immediately and ask him to come here." His words were very calm, but there was an unquestionable and irresistible power in them. Bai Wuchen was not used to this. His emotions and elemental energy were fluctuating, but he had to suppress it. He said patiently, "Friend, you know Prince Consort Yun?" Yunxiao frowned and said with a faint chill, "Why are you so long-winded? I've just praised you and you're already starting to be stupid? You've already worn out my patience." Just as his face turned cold, the temperature in the entire arena dropped abruptly. Everyone was shivering from the cold. Even the two six-star martial sovereigns felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They were even more terrified and frightened. They had already overestimated the other party, but it seemed that it was still far beyond their imagination. Suddenly, Yunxiao's face flickered, and his eyes burst with a bright light. He looked up, and his gaze pierced through the roof and into the boundless sky. "Tell Jun Ruyun that I'll be looking for him soon." With a flash of green light, Yunxiao's figure disappeared from the restaurant, leaving only his words floating in the air and echoing in everyone's ears. Bai Wuchen was stunned. He left? He left? He asked. The people around them looked at each other and did not see clearly. They only felt that there seemed to be a flash of green light, but they did not know if it was an illusion or a mistake. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two six-stars martial emperor powerhouses. One of them exhaled heavily, as if relieved of a heavy burden. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Let's go." "Who?" One after another, gasps of relief could be heard, all of them filled with fear. "My lords, what was the strength of that person just now?" Bai Wuchen asked. The two six-star martial sovereigns looked at each other, and their faces blushed slightly. One of them said bitterly, "We don't know either." Just by standing there and not releasing his aura, he gave off a strong sense of oppression, as if he was facing an endless abyss or an endless sea. It was daunting. How could this be? Bai Wuchen was shocked. The two of them were six-star martial emperors. Could it be that the person is already an advanced seven-star martial sovereign? The other person shook his head and said, "Even an 8 stars martial emperor wouldn't be able to give us such a terrifying pressure, let alone a 7 stars martial emperor. If I'm not wrong, this person must be Wu Yi, a 9 stars martial emperor." 9 stars martial emperor. All sorts of gasps could be heard, and everyone was shocked. Many people's expressions changed as they recalled the scene just now. They were actually confronting a 9 stars martial sovereign. They could not help but tremble with fear. Bai Wuchen was also frightened. He knew very well what a 9 stars martial emperor meant. It was not a power that the ancient martial empire could match. Send a large number of soldiers to protect the little girl that the man just spoke of. The rest of you, follow me to Princess Consort Ruyun's residence immediately. After Yunxiao rushed out of the restaurant, he instantly flew up thousands of miles into the sky, his eyes bloodshot as he stared into the distance. A lone figure stopped in the distance. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile and ridicule. He turned around and left. "Since you're already here," You still want to leave? Yunxiao's face was almost twisted, and his heart, which had always been calm, was now like a raging volcano erupting and burning. The divine fire formed the shape of a phoenix behind him, and golden light shot out from the flames. Demonic patterns instantly covered his entire body, and the red/sword of death landed in his hand. Boundless sword intent surged in the sky. Go to hell! Countless demonic runes and sword runes flew up from the sword death's red slash. With a roar, Yunxiao streaked across the sky like a meteor, and a stream of sword energy, like a long tail of a meteor, came slashing down. Eh? The figure stopped in his tracks and seemed to be a little surprised. He turned around, raised his hand, and grabbed at the air. Sharp light. A ray of golden light fell and turned into a spear in his hand. It emitted an extremely hot light, like the scorching sun in the sky. Countless runes rolled on the spear. Golden spear, flowing shadow. The man shouted, grabbed the spear with one hand, and swept it across. A golden light cut through the flame, and Yunxiao's figure suddenly appeared. His face was filled with ferocity, and his eyes were as red as fire as he slashed down with his sword. Die, Xianxia! Bang! The two weapons collided, and a terrifying force spread in all directions, impacting their bodies. In an instant, a crack appeared in the sky, as if a natural chasm lay between the two. Xianxia's entire body was sent flying several thousand zhang away before he was able to dispel the impact of the sword qi. Hee, an ant-like existence in the past now has the strength to fight me? Let's settle all the old grudges today. After Yunxiao swung the sword, he vented all his anger and immediately regained his senses. Even though he did not know why Xianxia would appear here, he knew that it would definitely be extremely difficult to kill him. He pointed with his right hand and the 36 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords flew out, forming the million sword illustration and falling from the sky. The endless sword essence was like a cold light that rushed to the 9th heaven, turning into 36 lone peaks and freezing the entire sky. Xianxia was instantly devoured by the sea of sword qi. Her entire body, along with the dagger axe, was ground up by the countless sword lights, and she was instantly reduced to countless golden specks. Humph! An illusion? Don't forget that I also have the eye of the moon pupil, and that's not all. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and his left and right eyes immediately showed different colors. The left eye was as red as blood, like a primordial beast, while the right eye was as black as ink, with a golden color around the pupil. Within the sea of sword qi, Xianxia's figure gradually appeared, and he revealed a shocked expression. Your pupillary abilities, Xianxia, die! Yunxiao was too lazy to talk nonsense. He raised his hand and thrust his sword into the million sword illustration, his killing intent overflowing. Bang! Xianxia did not dare to be careless anymore. He grabbed the sharp light of the spear with both hands, and countless Maha-ancient characters danced on it. The god welcomes the three lights. The selfless is boundless. The two forces collided again, creating a huge cross-shaped star light that tore the world apart. The ancient Maha character on the dagger axe turned into countless golden lights, and the sea of sword qi dissipated under the golden light. However, demonic patterns continued to surge up from the sword death's red slash, intertwining with the golden rule force. They were actually on par. Haha! So strong. Only then will it meet my requirements. Xianxia laughed maniacally, his handsome face filled with arrogance. Yunxiao's heart was bleeding as he looked at the familiar face but the extremely strange expression. Match your sister. It's in line with your 18 generations of ancestors. He suddenly summoned his transcendence golden body, formed a seal with his right hand, and slapped it on the body of the sword. The fiend ice heart flame turned into a white lotus and rose from the sword, and a terrifying power spread. At the same time, the four arms behind him formed hand seals. With a ferocious and angry look on his face, he slapped down with his four palms at the same time, and the wind and clouds in the sky surged. The fearsome energies intertwined with one another, pressing down on Xianxia at the same time. What a chaotic power. You've learned too much. A strange look appeared in Xianxia's eyes, but she did not panic. Instead, a cold smile appeared on her face as an ice crystal-like blue light flickered between her brows. His eyes suddenly became strange. It was as if the stars and clouds were moving in them. At a glance, he could see the infinite stars in the universe and the vast land. The power of the ice fiend heart flame and the wind and cloud of the four palms actually began to dissipate under this strange light. It was as if they had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Xianxia was horrified, and even he could not help but tremble, as if he had been frightened by the other party's vision. He quickly thought of something and bit the tip of his tongue to wake up. However, Xianxia had already charged out of the range of the ice fiend heart flame's attack. He flew several thousand feet away, a cold smile on his face as he retreated continuously. Suddenly, his smile froze, because the surrounding environment was fading away, turning into a vast white. A blazing sun slowly rose in the sky, shining down on the earth. The blazing sun was extremely strange. It was actually a huge eye that had opened. The entire world was under his gaze. I peeked at the birds outside the bamboo, the water outside the tree, and the clouds outside the peak. Did I do it intentionally or unintentionally? Birds come to spy on people, the moon peeks at wine, and the snow peeks at books, but they see that he is heartless. An ethereal voice reverberated between the heavens and earth. Under the gaze of that pair of eyes, Xianxia's body began to stiffen, and his yuan power gradually dissipated. He raised his head, and his eyes were as red as blood. He stared at the sun and said, "Divine skill, heavenly deficiency." Xianxia's heart jolted. This was the first time he had heard the name Tian, so he secretly memorized it. Xianxia's two stiff arms moved and formed a seal in front of him. His eyes were burning like fire, and golden runes flickered within the flames. Tianzhu. These two words came out of his thin lips, and a huge golden light appeared. It was like a sun and a wheel, dancing in the sky and instantly cutting the entire world in half. The illusionary space shattered in an instant. A ball of blood-red light burst out of the eye in the sky. The eye closed, and the world became dark. Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if they were burning, and a stream of blood tears flowed down his face. But his eyes remained open, allowing the pain to burn in his eyes and blood to flow. As Xianxia's attack succeeded, the sharp light of his spear danced out, transforming into thousands of figures that slashed out from all directions. 9 dragons soared, thousands of bodies. This was Murongzhu's ultimate skill. It was as if there were several golden dragons shuttling through the countless figures, penetrating the heavens and earth. Xianxia performed a sword incantation with one hand, and the million sword illustration emerged around him. Countless sword runes flew up and turned into swords that rained down on the surroundings. The sky was filled with a storm, and the two people could not be seen clearly. Amidst the chaotic power, countless golden shadows of spears condensed hundreds of feet in front of Xianxia, turning into Xianxia's shadow and slashing at him with the spear. Bang! Xianxia raised the sword in front of him, and the scorching golden light burst out in all directions, making the two of them feel like they were in the middle of a blazing sun. What a strong physical body! He's only one step away from the great completion. TSK. You really make people drool. Xianxia's eyes were filled with strange symbols of Magatama as he stared at the 3-colored light that emerged from Xianxia's body and praised him. Since you drool over it, I shall grant you the honor of dying under this body. The demonic power of the sword death's red slash increased a bit more, and the golden light was swept away. A fearsome force gushed out unceasingly, slamming into the bodies of the two. A series of gray cracks appeared around Xianxia's body, devouring the aftershocks of the impact, but he was completely unharmed. Xianxia frowned as he opened the primordial heavenly eye on his forehead, and a beam of green light suddenly shot out. It was a purple thunder dragon as thick as a finger. The world-destroying sacred thunder. Tianxi was also given a fright and his expression changed drastically. Not daring to be the slightest bit slow, he narrowed his eyes, and a crimson light immediately flashed past, directly reflecting the purple lightning into his eyes and imprisoning it. Xianxia's face flickered. His opponent's eye technique and spatial divine ability were far above his. With his transcendence golden body, the four arms behind him quickly made hand seals, bringing with them a flash of lightning as he formed seals in the air. One of his arms suddenly raised the heavenly hammer and smashed it down. With a boom, countless thunderbolts exploded like green fireworks, brilliant and gorgeous. The purple dragon that was trapped in Xianxia's eyes also exploded. Bang! A stream of blood shot out from his right eye, followed by a scream. Xianxia's figure suddenly flew back, one hand covering his right eye, which was dripping with blood, while the other hand held onto his dagger axe, entering a defensive state. Xianxia took advantage of the momentum and rushed forward, the sword energy in his hand getting faster and faster, cutting Xianxia until he was exhausted from defending. His spear danced in the air as he kept retreating. The entire ancient martial kingdom was shrouded in that terrifying power. The powerful pressure made everyone in the city feel unusually depressed. They only felt that the sky was dazzling, and they couldn't even open their eyes. They thought that it was some kind of celestial phenomenon. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xianxia had slashed out thousands of swords, but they were all blocked by the halberd and turned into boundless light that scattered in all directions. However, the wound on Xianxia's right eye was healing rapidly. After a long battle, he was feeling slightly anxious. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him and charged forward, slashing out with a sword as well. The sword was domineering and sharp, bringing with it the power of a dragon domain that suppressed the surroundings. Don't fall into dust. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. With a wave of her spear, a shadow immediately appeared and blocked the invisible heaven and earth sword. Bang! The true dragon's power was vast and boundless, and it pressured him so much that he kept flying backward in the air. Xianxia was also waiting for an opportunity to rush forward, and the three sword techniques kept flying up like a river. With the two of them joining forces, Xianxia was even more exhausted, and there was no longer any possibility of victory. Xianxia's idea was very simple. He was determined to fight at all costs, and there would always be a time when he would be exhausted and exhausted. However, he was still a little worried. From the beginning to the end, there was only Xianxia, but there was no trace of the ancestral spirits. Ning Qiue was even missing. Moreover, even though Xianxia was at a disadvantage and was constantly being wounded by stellar energy, he did not panic. Other than the rage from the explosion of his right eye, there was no other emotion in his eyes. This abnormal calmness also made him anxious and uneasy. Che Yu also discovered this. He shouted, "Little Li, this guy is still acting tough even when he's about to die. Let's use our ultimate move to send him to the west." Xianxia lowered the sword in his hand and teleported directly behind Xianxia. With a cold look in his eyes, he said, "Go to hell!" Song of the Green Lotus Sword. A total of 7 white lotus flowers bloomed on the sword one by one, emitting a scorching and terrifying light, completely suppressing Xianxia's aura. Che Yu also danced with his 2 swords. 2 different sword intents, one from the left and one from the right, brought along endless chi and stacked together with the dragon realm. They vaguely formed a single sword that was about to split the heavens and earth. Xianxia's expression finally changed, and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. The blue light on his forehead brightened to the extreme, and his entire body was enveloped in a faint blue light. The sharp glint of his battle dagger axe also continued to shine brighter. At this critical moment, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed and a smile appeared on his face. The blue light and the light of the dagger axe on his forehead stabilized and did not rise any further. It was as if they had restrained their power. Behind him, a red glow spread out like the rising red moon. The scarlet light shone down, making the sky look like blood. A huge red moon appeared behind Xianxia, as if it was a phenomenon caused by a divine ability. Ancestral spirit returning to dust. Xianxia cried out in horror. Suddenly, his body trembled violently as he looked at the pale yellow figure above the ultimate with even more horror. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His pupils enlarged continuously, revealing a look of shock and dumbfoundedness. Che Yu's sword also slowed down. He said in shock, "Ningqiue," on the bloody shadow of the ultimate. A slim and elegant figure wearing a light yellow gauze dress was looking at the two of them expressionlessly. She made a grabbing motion and Song of the Ages appeared in her palm. It glowed with a red light that was as strange as the moon eyes as it swept across the sky. A blood-colored light like the setting sun swept away Che Yu's sword attack. The pattern of an eye appeared between Ningqiue's eyebrows. It was red like blood. The blood-red eye slowly opened. It was as if everything in the world would wither and the heavens and earth would return to nothingness with a single glance. The 7 lotus flowers on Xianxia's sword gradually dimmed as well, turning into countless petals that danced in the air. Both Xianxia and Che Yu felt a very strong suppression, so they did not dare to look at the eyes. The corners of Xianxia's lips curled up, and the sharp glint of the dagger axe returned to her body. She chuckled and said, "What, are you surprised? Qiue, you're so silly," Xianxia said in a daze. The eye of the ultimate on Ningqiue's forehead slowly closed, and she said, "Li Xianxia, you can go." "Leave." Xianxia's pupils constricted, and a chill burst out of them as he said angrily, "You're telling me to leave? This person isn't Morongzhu, but the murderer who killed Morongzhu and Zhangcharan, Tiansi." "I know," Ningqiue said expressionlessly. "You know?" Xiao's face darkened as he said in a cold voice, "Since you know, then you should help me kill this person. I had the same thought as you before, but I don't think so anymore," Ningqiue said. "Why?" Xiao asked. Ningqiue raised her eyes to look at him. Ripples gradually appeared in her clear eyes, like a sea of blood. The 2 eyes also constantly showed colorful changes, and finally condensed into 2 blood-colored pupils, just like the moon above the red moon city. "Because people will change." Xiao gasped as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Why, you're possessed by the moon pupil." "Ha ha ha." Tiansi laughed maniacally and said, "She's not possessed by the moon pupil. There's only one moon pupil left in this world. That's your eye." Ningqiue had become one with the Lord Ancestral Spirit. "Ha ha ha." Xiao and Che Yu did not laugh, but their faces were extremely solemn. Ningqiue's mind had obviously been affected by the ultimate. "Combine the 2 into one?" Ningqiue said indifferently. "But I've always been Ningqiue. Maybe I've been affected, but that's not important anymore." "Not important? Then, what is important in your eyes at this moment?" Xiao sneered. "The most important thing is to pass on the Yu Tong family's legacy," Ningqiue said. "Humph." Che Yu snorted coldly. "He is indeed controlled by the ultimate. Whatever you say," Ningqiue said. "Lord Ultimate is indeed in my body. I naturally have the responsibility to fulfill its wish." Xiao knew that it was useless to say anything more. Although Ningqiue was affected by the ultimate, she was still generally normal, which made him feel relieved. "What do you mean by passing down the legacy of the Moon Pupil clan? Just now, Tianxi said that there's only one left in this world. Could it be that you guys want to snatch it over?" "Of course not," Ningqiue said. "But we need his power, or rather, we need your power." Xiao sighed in his heart, knowing that there was no hope of killing Tianxi this time. The strange aura that Ningqiue was exuding was definitely not weaker than Tianxi's. "What do you want me to do? Just tell me," he asked directly. "Although your body has opened 7 gates, your cultivation is still at the peak of martial arts," Ningqiue said. "I'll come to you again when you're at the divine transcendence realm." "What?" Xiao's pupils constricted. "Do you mean we're leaving?" Ningqiue's face looked cold and heartless under the blood-red moonlight. She said indifferently, "I understand what you're thinking, but it's impossible for the 2 of you to defeat us even if you join forces. We're only here to test your strength. As long as your strength improves, we'll be more confident." "Hee, you want to kill me for revenge? Then let's turn the boundless anger into power. Ha ha ha. Even if I'm alone, the two of you won't be able to stop me. Tianxia laughed madly. He placed his hands behind his back and looked at the two of them with a mocking smile, as if he had not used his full strength in the battle just now. A step further? If I go one step further, Xianxia said with a cold face, I'll have a greater chance of saving you. All right, when I step into divine transcendence, you can come and find me. He clenched his hands into fists. The MO matrix and golden light on his body flickered continuously as if he could not calm down. I'm looking forward to it. Xianxia nodded. The crimson moon that filled the sky gradually returned to her body. She raised her bright eyes and gave Xianxia a glance, then turned and left with Tianxia. The two of them walked further and further away in the sky, and soon disappeared from Xianxia's sight. The terrifying power continued to dissipate in the sky, and the clear sky was slowly restored, leaving only Xianxia and Che Yu's shadows, which looked lonely and lonely. What do you think of the power of the ultimate? After a long time, Xianxia suddenly asked, if Lord Lingmudi also helps us, how confident are we in keeping the two of them? Che Yu pondered for a while and said, Xianxia is very strong after being possessed by the sinkhole. She's at least stronger than Tianxia. She's most likely at the peak of perfection. Even if we all attack together, we won't be able to stop her, not even Tianxi. It's hard to kill the heavens, Xianxia said worriedly. It's even harder to save Qiue. Che Yu said, I've observed Xianxia's appearance. She doesn't seem to be possessed by the sinkhole. She hasn't lost her spiritual intelligence. It's just that her mind has been affected and her personality has changed. Perhaps she didn't want to be saved by you. Xianxia frowned slightly and said, Is that so? I'll give her a choice. After saying that, he looked tired. He opened his arms and fell forward, letting the gravity pull him to the boundless earth. Che Yu's brows were also tightly locked. He sighed and chased after. The fierce battle in the sky above the ancient martial empire had shocked the court and the people. Except for the ordinary people who thought it was a natural phenomenon, the powerful martial artists all knew that there were masters fighting. However, no one dared to step forward to investigate, as their spiritual senses had been devoured by the power from several thousand feet away, completely unaware of the situation inside. Such a terrifying phenomenon. Was it created by that person just now? The ninth prince, by Wuxia, looked at the sky in fear. Not long after they came out of the restaurant, they felt the earth shake and were suppressed by the terrifying aura. Even the two six-stars martial emperor powerhouses could not see the scene in the sky. They could only feel a series of terrifying fluctuations that made them shudder. One person said in surprise, the person just now discovered such a terrifying battle not long after he went out. Moreover, his strength is at the peak of 9-star. It seems that it is most likely the case. Another person said worriedly, this person knows Prince Consort Yun. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. If he's an enemy of Lord Prince Consort, then everyone couldn't help but shiver. One had to know that Jun Yun was on the same side as them. If they had such a terrifying enemy, then they would also be in danger. Bai Wuqian's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. It was a miracle that he was still alive after his subordinate had offended such a terrifying existence. No matter what, let's go to the Prince Consort's residence to find out what's going on, another person said. That's right. Quickly go to the Prince Consort's mansion, Bai Wuqian quickly said. He had already made a decision in his heart. If Jun Ruyun was an enemy of this person, then he would be the first to draw a clear line between himself and Jun Ruyun. Xianxia followed the group of people with a thoughtful look on his face, as if he had not come back to his senses from what had happened to Xianxia. Soon, the group of people arrived in front of a mansion in a grandiose manner. After revealing their identities, they directly entered. Xianxia appeared outside the mansion and glanced at the plaque on it. Water moon like clouds, it was by Xiaoya and Jun Ruyun. The two guards in front of the door stepped forward and blocked the way with their swords. They shouted, Who are you? How dare you act so atrociously here? Hurry up and leave. Just as Xianxia was about to react, he suddenly had a thought. A voice came from the Divine Realm tablet and said, "Jun Ruyun? Master, let me go." Then, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. A cold glint and endless fighting intent appeared in Xiaohuang Haolian's eyes. Mo Xiaochuan's heart skipped a beat as well. He said coldly, "He's the most talented one among us. Master has disappeared for so many years, but I haven't seen him take any action. I also want to beat him up." The two of them came out of the Divine Realm tablet and disappeared in front of the mansion in a flash. The two guards only felt a blur in front of their eyes, as if something had flashed past them. They rubbed their eyes and then shouted at Yunxiao, "Get lost! Are you looking for death?" Yunxiao smiled, turned around, and took a step forward. His figure faded and turned transparent, then disappeared before the two guards' eyes. "Ah!" The two guards jumped in shock and were dumbfounded. Cold sweat kept dripping from their temples. In the residence of the water moon like clouds, two rays of light suddenly turned into two figures. Young Emperor Haolian sneered, "Mo Xiaochuan, move aside. Let me deal with him." The two of them sprinted toward the largest mansion. Mo Xiaochuan flashed in the sky and disappeared, leaving Haolian alone in the sky, coldly looking down. In the main hall of the mansion, the ninth prince, Bai Wuqian, was sitting at the head of the table anxiously. A woman in white walked in with her servants. The woman was elegant and had a kind of light spirit. She said, "Ninth Imperial Brother, why are you so anxious? Did something big happen?" As soon as Bai Wuqian saw her, he asked, "Where's Jun Ruyun?" The woman was Bai Xiaoya. She frowned and said, "Ninth Imperial Brother, it's not like you don't know that my husband has been in seclusion for many days. AI! Hurry up and call him out." Bai Wuqian shouted. "No matter what he's doing, it's not good." Bai Xiaoya was shocked. "Is third brother doing something? I've been sending people to keep an eye on it, but nothing seems to be out of place." "Did you sense the strange phenomenon in the sky just now?" Bai Wuqian asked. "What?" Bai Xiaoya was shocked. "Of course I'd sense it with such a huge commotion. It must be a fight between the top powers in the sky above the ancient martial kingdom. Could it be related to us?" Bai Wuqian's face was filled with anxiety and even panic as he recounted what had happened in the restaurant in detail. Bai Xiaoya was also stunned. After a while, she gasped and said with a pale face, "Ninth Imperial Brother, do you mean that there's a 9 stars martial emperor who's looking for trouble with my husband?" Bai Wuqian said, "I think so. For example, how is Fuma Yun's closed-door cultivation going? Will he be able to take it?" Bai Xiaoya shook her head. "This closed-door cultivation is of great importance to my husband. He didn't tell me too many things. It's just that my cultivation can take a big step forward. Even so, I'm not confident that I can fight against a 9-star martial sovereign, Lao AI." Bai Wuqian said anxiously, "Ah, what should we do? I'm afraid that even the Thousand Mountains Prefecture won't do anything to provoke such a great enemy. The consequences of offending a 9-stars martial sovereign were much worse than offending a prince, even if the prince was very likely to succeed the throne. In my memory, you've never offended such an expert. Could there be a misunderstanding?" Bai Xiaoya hesitated. Bai Wuqian sighed. "I only hope that it's a misunderstanding. I also think that it's ridiculous. If we had offended such a person, we would have stirred up a storm in the empire." Bai Xiaoya, on the other hand, was calm. "Ninth Imperial Brother, you don't need to think too much. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If we can't block it, then there's nothing we can do but accept our fate. After all, in the face of absolute strength, everyone is an ant." He Jun Ruyun's wife is quite perceptive. "Since that's the case, then call him out to die." Young Emperor Haolian's voice came from outside the hall, followed by a deafening sound. A huge white jade pillar was shattered, and a section several zhang long flew into the hall and stabbed into the ground with a loud bang, sending countless fragments into the air. The martial artists inside were all shocked and quickly protected the 9th prince and Bai Xiaoya behind them. The two 6-star martial emperors' faces turned pale as they shouted, "Who is it?" They were sure that the man was not Yunxiao, but his aura was far above theirs. A gust of wind blew in from the outside, and a person had appeared on the jade pillar. He crossed his arms and stood alone with a cold smile on his face. "Who are you, sir? What grudge do you have with my husband?" Xiaoya asked in a panic. "Humph, Jun Ruyun will naturally understand who I am and what grudges we have when he comes out. Quickly call him out to die." Young Emperor Haolian shouted coldly as his knuckles cracked. The battle intent on his body immediately turned into flames. As the power spread, all the martial artists were shocked and retreated, not daring to go forward. Wuxian's heart was filled with bitterness. It was still unknown whether the previous person was a relative or a foe. But this person in front of him was obviously here to seek revenge. When did Jun Ruyun offend so many experts? If he had known earlier, he would not have gone with him. He had thought that he had found a big tree to rope in Jun Ruyun. Now, he realized that he had brought in a death god. Xiaoya was also terrified, her voice trembling. "My husband is currently in seclusion. Even if you're here to seek revenge, you have to wait for my husband to come out of seclusion and have a fair fight. Now, you're bullying us weaklings. What kind of ability is that? Closed-door training?" Young Emperor Haolian furrowed his brows. If he was doing something else, he would have gone up and killed him regardless of the consequences. However, there were different levels of severity in closed-door cultivation. If he were to forcefully interrupt it, it would be troublesome if it directly affected his advancement. After all, they were from the same sect. He only wanted to take revenge for the oppression he suffered in the past and didn't really want to cause trouble for the other party. This made things difficult for him, and he said unhappily, "Why did he choose to go into closed-door cultivation at this time? Is this an excuse?" "It's not an excuse, you're really in seclusion," Xiaoya said. Young Emperor Haolian had nowhere to vent his battle intent, so he said angrily, "Since that's the case, I'll tear down his mansion first as a little interest." Everyone was stunned. Tear down the mansion? What was going on? Xiao Huang Haolian's figure punched the ground, and the terrifying force directly penetrated the ground and went deep into the earth. Boom! Countless layers of rock rose up and pushed in all directions, and the hall collapsed in an instant. The crowd hurriedly flew up into the sky and watched as the entire residence of Water Moon like clouds was razed to the ground by the fist force. "Ha! This is great. After bullying me for so many years, I'll tear down your house as interest first. I'll beat you to death after you come out of your closed-door cultivation." Young Emperor Haolian laughed heartily, looking carefree. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this, somewhat confused. Although destroying someone's mansion was an extremely vile act, it was nothing to experts like them. They didn't understand why this person was laughing so happily. Moreover, from what he said, it seemed that he had been bullied by Jun Ruyun very badly. Xiaoya also frowned, having no impression of it at all. Suddenly, an ice-cold killing intent came from all directions. It was bone-piercingly cold, making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Everyone could not help but shiver. Young Emperor Haolian's laughter also stopped, and he became extremely serious. A powerful aura appeared around his body, resisting the killing intent. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, you idiot." A disdainful voice was heard, and it was said slowly with a bit of surprise. "How can an idiot like you cultivate to the level of an 8 stars martial sovereign? Did you take some kind of godly medicine? Jun Ruyun, come out and face your death." Young Emperor Haolian bellowed. "Today, I'll let you experience my fist. I'll slap all the humiliation of those years on your face." Tisk. I've heard this too many times. My ears have already grown calluses. Since you were able to find this place, then as your senior brother, how can I neglect you? I'll give you another good lesson. The cold killing intent continued to condense in the air, as if it had substance, turning into an invisible sword that slashed down from the sky. Everyone was speechless. So these two people were fellow disciples. Moreover, Wuxian and the others immediately guessed the identity of the newcomer, and they could not help but be surprised. Young Emperor Haolian stared at the sword chi and sneered. "Don't you find it embarrassing to use such a child's trick?" He shouted loudly and clenched his fists tightly. A violent and fierce breath was spat out from his mouth, and he shattered the sword light with the power of sound waves. Not bad, you've made some progress. It seems that Master's vision was quite unique back then. He could foresee that a fool like you would have a day where you could make a name for yourself. A figure had appeared behind young Emperor Hao Lian. He had sharp eyes, sword-like brows, a cold face, and was dressed in white. Heh! A dog's mouth really can't spit out ivory. Even a vulgar person like you can be a prince consort, let alone me. Feeling Jun Ruyun behind him, the blood in young Emperor Hao Lian's body instantly surged like a river. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he instantly entered a state of selflessness. His body was like an iron fist. Boom, boom, boom. The energy around his body rumbled like thunder. A look of surprise flashed through Jun Ruyun's eyes. He had also sensed Hao Lian Xiaohuang's battle intent and the world of fist intent. He couldn't help but be on guard. He immediately put two fingers together and formed sword intent. Haha! Let me see how much you've learned from Master's sword technique. Young Emperor Halian's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and sent a Vajra punch over. The terrifying world of fist intent almost crushed everything in the surroundings. Jun Ruyun was also greatly shocked. With a tap of his foot, he retreated a few steps. He wanted to use his movement technique to avoid that punch, but he realized that it was futile. The entire 9 heavens and 10 lands were covered by that punch, and there was no way to avoid it. He grabbed the long sword with one hand. The sword was engraved with countless ancient patterns. It raised a sword momentum and broke through the heaven and earth. Sword technique demon slaying. There was a sense of righteousness in the sword aura, and the powerful sword force cut the fist intent apart. What? Young Emperor Hao Lian was shocked. The fist helmet in his hand glowed with a green light as he struck the sword spine. He felt a sharp pain on his fist, and the boundless sword force kept pushing him back. Jun Ruyun's move had succeeded, and he snorted coldly as he pounced forward again. He snorted coldly and said, "It's already a miracle that an idiot like you can take one of my attacks." Countless sword talismans flew around him, forming a sword again and slashing down from the sky. Didn't you want to see Master's sword scripture? Today, as you wish, sword art star destruction. The entire heaven and earth darkened. That sword pierced through space and slashed down from the sword in Jun Ruyun's hand. It was like the starlight that had existed for 1 billion years, vanishing in a flash. Young Emperor Hao Lian was shocked. He couldn't block this sword. According to his observation, Jun Ruyun was only an 8 stars martial emperor. With his fist intent world, he should be invincible among those of the same rank. However, the strength of his sword force gave him an unusually dangerous feeling. He didn't dare to take the sword head-on and retreated. Jun Ruyun laughed coldly and said, "You fool! Still thinking of running? Obediently take a few of my sword strikes and go back with a few more holes in your body." He chased after Xiaohuang Hao Lian and slashed at him, continuously breaking apart his fist intent. Sword Qi flew above the ruins of the mansion. Suddenly, there was a flash of azure light in the sky, and an extremely sharp and yang sword intent appeared. The huge sword essence slowly brightened and slashed towards Jun Ruyun. "That's Ing Luo." Jun Ruyun's heart trembled as he exclaimed, "Qian Zheng Haoren sword Qi? Mo Xiaochuan." The sword intent pierced through the earth and cut into Jun Ruyun's world of swords, splitting it into 2. Young Emperor Hao Lian roared, "Go to hell!" He was getting anxious from being chased and his stomach was filled with anger. All his emotions turned into a punch and blasted out together with Mo Xiaochuan's sword force. Jun Ruyun's sword intent crumbled in an instant, and the 2 forces fused together. In his shock, he stood with his sword in hand, trying to shrink the space of sword intent as much as possible to form a defensive boundary. Boom! The barrier only blocked for a moment before it suddenly shattered. All the power slammed into Jun Ruyun's body, leaving a trail that was several thousand feet long on the ground. Bai Wuchen and the others were frightened, and Bai Xiaoya covered her mouth and exclaimed with worry. Jun Ruyun's body was covered in dust, and he appeared to be in a rather sorry state. The sword light from the treasured sword in his hand flickered non-stop, and his fighting spirit had not diminished. He raised his head and stared at the gradually condensing figure in the sky, and said in surprise, "Mo Xiaochuan, you've also become an 8 stars martial emperor? Even an idiot like you can become an 8 stars martial emperor. As your senior brother, isn't it normal for me to reach that level?" Mo Xiaochuan said coldly. Jun Ruyun furrowed his brows and snorted coldly. Among his fellow disciples, his talent was the best, and he had never doubted that his future achievements would be the highest. But now, his 2 junior brothers, who had always been inferior to him, had both cultivated to the same realm, and their strength was not much different. If it were not for the great breakthrough he had made in his retreat this time, he would not even be their opponent, so he could not help but feel a little stunned. Bai Wuqian and the others were stunned. It turned out that it was another fellow disciple. Their hearts were full of ups and downs, and they had different thoughts. Bai Wuqian thought even more. It would be a great fortune if he could recruit 2 8 stars martial sovereigns from the same sect. Bai Xiaoya, on the other hand, was much more relaxed. She thought that since they were all from the same sect, they would probably not kill each other, so she was half relieved. "Let's not waste our breath on him. Let's beat him up first," young Emperor Hao Lian said. "I can't stand his self-conceited look the most, but in reality, there's nothing great about him." Jun Ruyun snorted. "Still fighting? Was it interesting?" "I'm not interested in accompanying you. It's not up to you to decide whether you're interested or not," young Emperor Hao Lian sneered. Jun Ruyun avoided talking about the fight and asked, "How did you 2 end up together? You have the time to visit me in the ancient martial kingdom." "Humph. Looking at you? Do you think you have the face to do so?" Mo Xiaochuan laughed coldly, his expression icy. "What do you mean?" Jun Ruyun sensed his hostility and raised his eyebrows in displeasure. "Where were you when Master died in the Tiandang Mountains?" Mo Xiaochuan asked. Jun Ruyun's expression changed drastically, but it quickly returned to normal. However, it was still rather unsightly. "What do you mean?" "I'm in the ancient martial kingdom, of course." Mo Xiaochuan glared at him coldly, as if his eyes were piercing through him. 15 years ago, you should have been a martial supreme, right? Have you gone to the Tiandang Mountains to check the cause?" Jun Ruyun stood with his hands behind his back. "I was only a 2 stars martial sovereign back then. Wouldn't I be courting death if I went to the Tiandang Mountains?" he said. "You're indeed a person who is afraid of death." "Damn it." Young Emperor Hao Lian clenched his fist and said angrily, "If I'm a martial emperor, I'll definitely rush over as soon as possible." Jun Ruyun shot him a glance and said, "It's a good thing that you didn't become a martial supreme at that time. Otherwise, an idiot like you wouldn't be where you are today. Are you 2 blaming me for not asking about Master's death back then?" "Humph, if I rashly charge into the Tiandang Mountains and die there, would I be considered a loyal and righteous person?" Mo Xiaochuan asked. "Could it be that you're planning to go after you've improved your strength?" "It's just that with the passage of time, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find any clues." "That's still better than dying," Jun Ruyun said. "It seems that the difference between us is not only in talent but also in intelligence. If Master was still here, would he be happy to see us enter the Tiandang Mountains?" Both of them were taken aback and frowned. Yun Shao obviously would not let them go. "Humph," young Emperor Hao Lian sneered. "You've always thought that you're extremely talented, but you've only become an 8-star martial emperor like us." "Tsk." Jun Ruyun furrowed his brows. "This is also what I find strange. How could there be such a coincidence? Did the 2 of you obtain some kind of opportunity together?" "You don't need to know that," Mo Xiaochuan replied. "Since we've already made things clear, we won't blame you. We've come to find you for some matters." "What's the matter?" Jun Ruyun asked curiously. "Do you know that Master has reincarnated and returned to the human world?" Mo Xiaochuan asked. Jun Ruyun suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Are you talking about that Li Yunxiao? How could the 2 senior and junior brothers believe in such a nonsensical matter? Could it be that you've gone crazy thinking of Master?" "Why not?" young Emperor Hao Lian asked angrily. Everyone in the world knows that Li Yunxiao is my master's reincarnation. Do you really not know? Or are you just playing dumb? Jun Ruyun snorted. Reincarnation? Did you see it with your own eyes, or have you verified it? Such nonsense was not even written in the ancient records. Did my two senior brothers come to me for Li Yunxiao? Then are you going to acknowledge your family, or what? Mo Xiaochuan was about to get angry as well, but suddenly, he heard Yunxiao's voice. He listened for a while, then nodded slightly and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. We're looking for you for another matter. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find a place to talk." "My good residence was destroyed by that idiot, young emperor," Jun Ruyun said. "Otherwise, it would have been the best time to gather and have a good talk." He looked at Bai Wuchen in the distance and said, "Your Highness, can you arrange a place for us to talk?" "Yes." Bai Wuchen hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. "If you two sirs don't mind, you can come to my mansion directly." He felt a burst of excitement and joy in his heart. Looking at the signs, these three senior brothers didn't have too much hatred, and it seemed that the friendship between fellow disciples was quite deep. It seemed that there were signs of him being able to win them over. "What do you all think?" Jun Ruyun asked. "You're the owner of this place, so you'll be in charge of everything," Mo Xiaochuan said. Everyone immediately headed to the ninth prince's residence. The ruins of the water moon like clouds were immediately taken care of, and they began to build a new mansion. Bai Wuchen first ordered his men to fly back quickly and prepared all kinds of delicious food, spiritual pulp, and fine fruits to entertain them. Jun Ruyun and the others took their seats, allowing Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang to sit at the head of the table. He, Bai Xiaoya, and Bai Wuchen sat at the lower seats. Mo Xiaochuan went straight to the point. "I won't beat around the bush. Ruyun, do you know about the land of no return in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture?" Jun Ruyun stared blankly for a moment and said, "Why do you ask?" "I've been to the land of no return. The environment there is harsh and there are many hidden dangers. It's an excellent place to cultivate." "Oh?" Mo Xiaochuan was surprised. "You've been there before, that's great. We're planning to go to the land of no return, so it's best that you're familiar with the way." "To the land of no return?" "This will require the Thousand Mountains Prefecture's approval, but I'm still very confident if I step forward." Jun Ruyun muttered. After all, the land of no return was not a top-secret place. With his status, his words still had a certain weight. Mo Xiaochuan looked like he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. He glanced at Bai Wuchen and his sister, and his intention was obvious. He hoped that the two of them would leave first. Bai Xiaoya chuckled. "It's rare for my husband to meet with two fellow sect members. It's not convenient for me and my ninth imperial brother to be here, so let's leave first." Jun Ruyun pulled her back and said to Mo Xiaochuan, "This is my wife. Ruyun doesn't need to hide anything from Xiaoya. If senior brother feels that it's inconvenient, then don't say anything. I have something to do, especially the reconstruction of the mansion. I'm afraid that the craftsmen will not be able to do it well." Bai Xiaoya's heart warmed. Bai Wuchen also said, "I also have some small things to deal with. Even if Xiaoya didn't mention it, I would also have left." Just as Jun Ruyun was about to say something, Mo Xiaochuan raised his hand and stopped him. "Since you don't have any concerns, we have nothing to think about either. The two of you can stay." Bai Wuchen and Bai Xiaoya sat back in their seats. Mo Xiaochuan asked, "Junior martial brother, do you know that the Thousand Mountains Prefecture and the demon race are very close?" "I'm referring to the illusory realm of stars and moon." Jun Ruyun's expression changed drastically. He shot to his feet and glared at Mo Xiaochuan. "Senior brother, where did you hear this from?" Mo Xiaochuan glanced at him and said, "It seems like it's true. This matter is of great importance. I hope junior brother won't hide from me how much you know and what your plans are." Bai Wuchen and Bai Xiaoya were also shocked. They had no way to know such a secret. They suddenly regretted staying. It was not good to know too much, especially when they were not strong enough. It was better to know less. Jun Ruyun's expression wasn't too good. He muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "Xiao Yu, Your Highness the Ninth Prince, If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I will take care of the two of you. Since that's the case, this prince will take his leave first. Bai Wuchen was relieved and left the hall with Bai Xiaoya. Jun Ruyun then turned to look at Mo Xiaochuan and Xiaohuang Haolian. Senior brother, can you first tell me where you got this information from? We discovered traces of demons when we first arrived at the ancient martial kingdom, Mo Xiaochuan replied. What, this Xing Luo? Jun Ruyun was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, How is that possible? Do you think you're being secretive? Young Emperor Haolian sneered. I'm afraid the whole world will know. You stupid thing. What kind of stupid words are you saying? If the whole world knew about this, the Thousand Mountain Prefecture would have fallen apart long ago, Jun Ruyun said in frustration. Mo Xiaochuan said, It seems like you know a lot of inside information and understand the importance of it. If the Thousand Mountains Prefecture has dealings with the demon race, it's no different from playing with fire. You'll definitely burn yourself. As the prince consort of the ancient martial kingdom, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of this, regardless of whether you're involved or not. Jun Ruyun stood with his hands behind his back and said expressionlessly, I naturally know about this. However, the Thousand Mountains Prefecture and the monster race had been in contact for a long time. How could they get away so easily? Therefore, the most urgent thing for me now is to improve my strength. As long as I can become a 9-stars martial sovereign, I can go anywhere in the world. Mo Xiaochuan replied, Junior brother's cultivation base seems to be at beginner 8-star at the moment. You're not even as strong as Xiaohuang and me. However, his combat strength is almost at the level of a peak 8-stars martial sovereign. What's going on? Jun Ruyun said, You two don't have to worry about my affairs. As for the matters of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture and the monster race, you must not meddle in their business. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. I'll take care of the land of no return right now. But can you tell me why you're going there? Mo Xiaochuan thought for a while and said, It's not convenient for me to say it now. I'll have to trouble you with this, junior brother. It's better to do it sooner than later. We still have a few companions who want to go in with us, so it's best to do this in secret. Secret? This is a little difficult, Jun Ruyun said. Although I believe that you won't do anything harmful, it'll be extremely difficult to hide from the Thousand Mountain Prefecture and send several people inside. Then you'll have to come out to welcome them. Mo Xiaochuan smiled. Junior brother, just do your best. It's fine if you can't do it. Jun Ruyun thought for a moment. All right, I hope you won't do anything out of line. It'll be easier to handle things as long as everything is under my control. He didn't waste any more time, turned around, and fled in the direction of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Then, a beam of light appeared in the hall. It was Yun Xiao who seemed to be thinking about something. Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Haolian hurried forward to pay their respects. Master, why don't you want to meet junior brother? Mo Xiaochuan asked, puzzled. He doesn't believe that I have reincarnated, Yun Xiao said. Besides, the situation in Thousand Mountains Prefecture is a little complicated. It's good for me to hide behind the scenes and wait for an opportunity to make a move. With Master's current strength and everyone's help, it's not a problem to destroy the entire Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Young Emperor Haolian said. What's there to fear? Mo Xiaochuan said. Jun Ruyun was right to call you an idiot. The situation in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture is a matter of the human and demon races. It's not just a matter of one sect. It's good that Master is hiding behind the scenes. Let the two of us deal with the current situation. I'll ask Su Liani to come out and help you, Yun Xiao said. Soon after, he changed his appearance to that of an old man and held a walking stick in his hand. Ah? Han Junzi! Both of them were stunned. Even Su Liani, who had just come out of the Divine Realm tablet, was taken aback. She could not help but take a few more glances at Yun Xiao, who looked exactly the same as Han Junting, who was dressed as Han Junzi. I should be able to fool everyone this way, Yun Xiao said with a smile. I'll be able to get away with it. After Jun Ruyun left, Bai Wuchen and his sister quickly came back to entertain the few of them again, asking questions about their relationship. Although the appearance of these two people had shocked them, They didn't dare to speculate the actions and thoughts of these masters. At the same time, Bai Wuchen was overjoyed. The two extra people seemed to be unusually powerful. So many experts had appeared all of a sudden, and they were all friends and not enemies. This made him extremely excited. After a few hours, Bai Xiaoya walked into the hall and smiled. "My lords, my husband has just sent a message saying that everything has been settled. He wants you all to head to the Thousand Mountain Prefecture's mountain gate. He's waiting there. I'll let this little king send you there," Bai Wuchen said hurriedly. "There's no need for that," Mo Xiaochuan said. "With our speed, you'll be a burden." He was not polite at all. Bai Wuchen laughed awkwardly. Then the four of them disappeared from the hall in a flash. The two siblings looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Although they were noble princes and princesses, they were no different from ants in front of the true powerhouses of the heavenly martial arts realm. "Little sister, do you think it's possible for me to win over these experts?" Bai Wuchen asked. Bai Xiaoya glanced at him and smiled. "The probability of this happening isn't in my brother's hands, but in my husband's." "Indeed," Bai Wuchen said with a bitter smile. "Success or failure all depends on Ruyun. I'll put in a good word for my brother." "Don't worry, ninth royal brother," Bai Xiaoya said. "I'm also very interested in the Taiyu Hongshan scroll. I'll do my best to help you." Bai Wuchen said, "This brother is at ease. With Prince Consort Yun's talent, he might be able to completely comprehend the vast world of mortals." Bai Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat, and her face lit up. As the saying went, a wife's honor would follow her husband's. As Jun Ruyun's strength continued to rise, her status would also rise. While the two were discussing, Yunxiao and the others took to the air and appeared outside the mountain range of Thousand Mountains Prefecture an hour later. They did not break in by force, but flew to the mountain gate. Jun Ruyun, who had been waiting for a long time, said with a grave expression, "It seems that something has happened inside the mountain gate. The martial law is very strict now. Everyone follow me. Don't leave without permission." His eyes swept over Yunxiao and Su Lianyi, and both of them looked shocked as they said in horror, "These two mayflies." "This is the owner of the Star and Moon School, Mr. Han Junzi. This is the owner of the Empyrean One Pavilion, Lady Su Lianyi," Mo Xiaochuan introduced. Jun Ruyun jumped in shock. He glanced at the two of them in disbelief. That kind of aura that was drawn but not released was indeed the Nine Stars martial sovereign Wu Yi. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said, "Senior brother, what do you want to do? Why did these two famous lords come? With your status, you only need to inform the Thousand Mountain Prefecture's head, and you can enter at any time, right?" He could not help but be suspicious and worried. "Don't you worry," Mo Xiaochuan said. "What we're going to do has nothing to do with the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. We just don't want to attract attention." This was the first time Jun Ruyun had lost his manners. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Mo Xiaochuan, I suddenly realized that I can't see through you. What kind of luck have you had all these years to be able to befriend these big shots in the Merchant Union? Since when did Jun Ruyun like to talk nonsense?" Mo Xiaochuan asked. Jun Ruyun only felt his heart clench. He shook his head speechlessly and said, "Since that's the case, follow me." He led the four of them into the mountain, and the disciples guarding the gate did not dare to stop them and hurriedly made way. The five of them concealed their auras as they moved through the mountain range to avoid attracting attention. Jun Ruyun said, "It seems that someone has barged into the Thousand Mountains Prefecture and caused a great commotion. There's a manic aura everywhere. Everyone try your best to hide." After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the five of them arrived at the top of a mountain. There was only an ordinary white house. Several people were standing in front of the house, and they were none other than the guarding disciples. One of them, who looked like a commander, glanced at Yunxiao and the others, and he looked surprised as he said, "Lord Are You Yun, try to come out as soon as possible. Don't take too long." "Don't worry," Jun Ruyun said. "I'll have to trouble you all." The commander seemed to be a little worried and said nervously, "If the sect finds out about this, don't worry," Jun Ruyun said. I'll bear the responsibility with all my might. I'll definitely not implicate you all. Then we can rest assured. My lords, please come in. The commander heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately opened the door and made a respectful gesture. Although he did not know Yunxiao and the others, the aura of these 4 people was no weaker than Jun Ruyun's, so he knew without asking that they were important people. He had thought that it was just a small favor in private, but after seeing so many big shots appear, he realized that it might be a big problem, so he was uneasy. Even Jun Ruyun himself felt uneasy, let alone him. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. When the 5 of them entered the White House, they were all stunned. He saw an old man sitting in the room, carefully reading a jade slip in his hand. A yellow lamp emitted a bean-sized light, but it illuminated the entire area. Jun Ruyun cried out in surprise, "Sect leader!" The guards were all dumbfounded and knelt down at the door, shivering and sweating. Yunxiao looked up. The old man was gentle and elegant, and he was also a peak 9 stars martial emperor. However, he was old, and the traces of time were very obvious. Jun Ruyun was also rather embarrassed. He took a few steps forward, cupped his fists and bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master." Bai Shang put down the jade slip and said, "You're not from the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, so you don't need to be so polite and reserved. These must be your friends. Please take a seat." The victor's Bai's gaze swept across the 4 of them. Although his expression did not change, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Naturally, Yunxiao and the others would not be polite. Since their whereabouts had been exposed, there was nothing to be afraid of. The 4 of them each found a chair and sat down. Jun Ruyun pointed at the row of disciples kneeling in front of the door and said, "This matter was completely my doing. Sect Master, please don't blame them." The victors Bai snorted coldly, scaring the disciples so much that they almost cried. It's a serious crime to let outsiders enter a land of no return. However, since young Master Yun has said so, I will pardon them this time. If there is a next time, I will not let them off easily. The few disciples felt relieved and kowtowed gratefully before hurriedly retreating. "Thank you, Sect Master," Jun Ruyun said as he bowed. Bai Sheng stretched out his hand and lifted him up, saying, "Young Master Ruyun is too polite. I'm just bringing a few friends into the realm of no return. Such a small matter, you only need to tell me and I'll definitely agree." However, Ing Luo, his eyes flickered as he slowly said, "However, aren't these friends' cultivation levels a little too high?" Jun Ruyun braced himself and began to introduce. "These 2 are my senior and junior brothers, Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Haolian. As for these 2, it's my first time meeting them. They're the big shots of the Merchant Union, Lord Su Liani of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion and Lord Han Junzi of the Star and Moon School." "What? It's the 2 of them?" The victors of 100 battles were slightly shocked when they heard of Mo Xiaochuan and Hao Huang's identities. When they heard of Su Liani and Han Junzi's names, they were even more shocked, and their eyes were filled with emotion. The 4 of them looked at each other and smiled, then nodded at the victors. The victors of 100 battles didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly returned the greeting. "I don't know why the 4 of you are together and want to go to the land of no return at the same time." "No?" Yunxiao asked without answering. "Have any outsiders entered the land of no return before us?" "It'll be within this half-year. There are many outsiders who have entered the realm of no return, but none in the past 6 months," Bai Sheng said. Yunxiao nodded and did not say anything else. "Chu Hongyan must have entered directly without informing the Thousand Mountain Prefecture." "Why do you ask, head shopkeeper Han?" asked Bai Sheng curiously. "I'm just asking." Yunxiao chuckled. "I don't mean anything else." Even a fool could tell that it was not a casual question, but since he was not willing to say it, it was not convenient for the victors to continue asking. Jun Ruyun could not help but give Yunxiao a few more looks. Although Yunxiao's disguise was flawless, he gave Jun Ruyun a strange feeling, which made his heart skip a few beats. Bai Zhanqing asked, "What's the purpose of you going to the land of no return? Although this place isn't a spirit mountain or treasure land, it's still a wandering space under the jurisdiction of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. I hope you can tell me the truth." We're going to look for him, Xianxia said. My friend's whereabouts are unknown, and I've recently found out that she's most likely gone to the land of no return. We just want to find her. Looking for someone. Although this reason was a little unreliable, it was very consistent with Xianxia's previous question, so the victors could not help but believe it a little. Otherwise, he could not figure out why some big shots would come together. We're not lying to you, Xianxia said. Once we find the person we're looking for, we'll come out immediately. Bai Shang hurriedly said. With the four of you of high status, you wouldn't lie to me. I'm here to look for you, but I didn't expect to meet you. It's fate. How about we meet after you come out of the lost space? That's great, Xianxia said with a smile. We dare not decline your kind offer, Sect Master. Jun Ruyun was a little surprised. When Han Junzi had spoken, the other three had remained silent. Even Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang had stood quietly to the side, as if this man was their leader. What is Sect Master looking for me for? Jun Ruyun couldn't help but ask. It just so happens that your two senior and junior brothers are here, so I'll be frank, said Bai Shang after some thought. Jun Ruyun was even more puzzled and could not help but glance at Mo Xiaochuan and Mo Liuxi. However, he saw that the two of them were indeed very calm and did not have any special expressions. I hope to meet your master, Bai Zhanxing said. What? Jun Ruyun was startled, and his mind immediately turned as fast as lightning. He said in surprise, My master has been dead for more than 20 years. Are you talking about Li Yunxiao, Sect Master? This time, it was the victorious 100 Battles' turn to be stunned. He said, Yes, it's Li Yunxiao. Isn't he the reincarnation of your master? Jun Ruyun sneered and said, Sect Master, you're just like my two senior and junior brothers. You've been blinded, haven't you? Reincarnation was unheard of in history. How could it exist? I've heard about that Li Yunxiao, and I plan to have a good chat with him when my cultivation base improves. Let's see if he still dares to pretend to be my master. Is that Li Yunxiao really not your master? Asked Bai Shang suspiciously. Jun Ruyun was about to deny it, but he didn't know why the words didn't come out. Mo Xiaochuan asked, Sect leader, why are you looking for my master? I can pass on the message. The victors of 100 Battles were stunned once again. They were even more confused as they looked at the three senior and junior brothers. Li Yunxiao is indeed my master's reincarnation, Mo Xiaochuan said. It's just that junior brother Ruyun doesn't believe him. You don't have to pay him any attention. This buy-in. If Li Yunxiao is really the reincarnation of Martial Emperor Vanquisher, Bai Shang said awkwardly, I'd like to talk to him in private. Mo Xiaochuan replied, It's not impossible for the sect leader to be unwilling to reveal anything. However, it'll depend on my master's mood. I can't make the decision. The victor's Bai was silent for a while before he said, This matter is very important. Sir Pajun should have gotten some clues about it. It's related to the Five-Cloud Mountain. The seal that Gu Qingqing left behind won't last long. What? Jun Ruyun was greatly alarmed, and his expression became abnormally unsightly. Mo Xiaochuan and the others had already expected this, but they were still shocked when they heard it from the victorious 100 Battles. What's going on here? Yunxiao asked seriously. Can the seal be strengthened? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult, the victors said worriedly. At the very least, I've been unable to do so even after trying all these years. What? Su Lianyi was shocked. Why didn't you inform the Sacred Zone about such an important matter? Wouldn't it be better for the Holy Region to handle it? If I remember correctly, the Thousand Mountains Prefecture has a branch under the Holy Region's direct jurisdiction. Outsiders don't understand, but it's actually very simple, because the news was suppressed by the Sacred Zone, said the victorious 100 Battles with a sigh. Su Lianyi was shocked. Why did this happen? Yunxiao's mind raced as he thought through many questions. Suddenly, he cried out in surprise, Not good! I'm afraid Yuan Gaohan is in danger. Mo Xiaochuan and the others' expressions changed slightly. Su Lianyi was the head of the Empyrean One Pavilion. She understood the key point after a moment of hesitation. The situation of Five Cloud Mountain had never escaped the control of the sanctuary, which meant that the current state of the seal being opened was also known by the sanctuary, but it had allowed it to develop. There must be some hidden secrets. Yuan Gaohan? Bai Sheng was surprised. Lord Yuan Gaohan, the head of the spiritual division in the Holy Region? What's wrong with him? Yun Xiao could not help but feel a little upset. To tell you the truth, we've also noticed what happened in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Yuan Gaohan felt that the situation was serious and personally went to the Holy Region to report the matter. Now that I've heard you say this, I'm afraid Yuan Gaohan is already in danger. The victors of 100 battles also immediately understood. After a brief moment of shock, he muttered, "This might not be a bad thing." Lord Yuan Gaohan's position was high and powerful, so even if someone in the Holy Region wanted to deal with him, it would definitely cause a stir. I only hope that the 5 council officials will know about the matter of Five Cloud Mountain, and then it will be a great success. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was not so optimistic. The problem was likely to lie with the council. A fierce gleam flickered in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Wei Qing! Oh Wei Qing! Was this your doing?" Both victors Bai and Jun Ruyun were taken aback as they looked at Yun Xiao in disbelief. Jun Ruyun's heart was still pounding, and he did not know what was going on. Just now, the cold gleam in Yun Xiao's eyes had given him a very palpitating feeling. No matter what, Yun Xiao said, "We must guard the seal of Five Cloud Mountain. As for the realm of no return, I can go alone. Xiaochuan, the 3 of you will stay and assist the sect master of the 100 Victories sect in case of emergency." "But you're the only one," Mo Xiaochuan retorted with a look of concern on his face. "It's more convenient for me to go alone," Yun Xiao snorted. "You'll be a burden if I take you with me." Mo Xiaochuan and the other 2 were speechless. Even though he did not give them any face, it was almost the same. The victors Bai and Jun Ruyun also found it very strange. They didn't understand why the 3 people would listen to him. "It seems that I have to intervene in this matter," Yun Xiao said cautiously. "Yuan Gaohan's return to the Holy Region may speed up the opening of the seal. We can't let anything happen to the seal of the Five Cloud Mountain before he replies. I'll leave this to the great sect leader." The victors were stunned. This was originally his business, but now it was the other party who asked him for help. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Sir, you're being too serious. This is my duty." Yun Xiao said no more. He nodded and walked into the room. There was a teleportation array inside, which was the passage to the land of no return. Jun Ruyun's heart stirred. "My lord," he said, "you might not be familiar with the terrain here. Why don't I lead the way?" Yun Xiao gave him a glance. Although it was a casual glance, it made Jun Ruyun tremble for some reason. "You're quite strong. Stay here and help Lord 100 Victors." These words carried an irresistible majesty. Jun Ruyun didn't understand why he couldn't feel a trace of resistance or unwillingness in his heart. Instead, he respectfully replied, "Yes." Yun Xiao nodded, then disappeared into the light of teleportation with a worried look. Everyone was silent. "I've heard about the Merchant Union," said Bai Sheng suddenly. "It seems that a new era has begun after the battle in Xinyan City. The original 7 merchant unions seem to have been reshuffled. Now there's 1 super league and 3 strongest." Su Liani was stunned. 1 against 3? What is this? The victors Bai looked at her and said suspiciously, "Lady Su Liani is the head of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. How could she not know about such a big matter? The top 3 are the Gold and Money Chamber of Commerce, the Star and Moon House, and the Layman Chamber of Commerce, which was previously formed by the Thunderwind Business Alliance and the Mando Business Alliance." Su Liani was furious when she heard that. She snorted coldly. "Ding Shan has done many unjust things. He won't have a good ending sooner or later." There were many doubts in the victorious 100 Battles' heart. Even Jun Ruyun was a little confused at this moment. How did you all end up together? And who is head shopkeeper Han looking for? The victors Bai could not help but ask. Mo Xiaochuan said, "Sect Master, you don't have to be suspicious. We mean no harm. After we find that person and the seal on the Five Cloud Mountain is strengthened, we will leave." "You're leaving?" Jun Ruyun asked. Where are you guys going? The corners of Mo Xiaochuan's lips curled up as he said with a playful smile. This will depend on head shopkeeper Han Junzi's decision. Jun Ruyun frowned and said, You've all joined the Star and Moon School? It was said that the Star Moon School was backed by the Divine Cloud Palace. But he didn't know if it was true. If that's the case, it's a good place. If we're leaving to investigate Master's death in the Tiandang Mountains, are you going or not? Mo Xiaochuan stared at him and asked, Are you seeking death with your measly strength? Jun Ruyun sneered. Mo Xiaochuan's expression turned cold as he said, So you're saying that you're not going? Jun Ruyun's face twitched a few times as he snorted. I'll be frank with you. I will never step into the Tiandang Mountains without the strength of divine transcendence. The death of the Master naturally had to be investigated, but it was not a brainless act. Previously, your strength was so weak that I couldn't be bothered to care if you died. But now, you're so lucky to have become 8 stars martial sovereigns. I hope you too have more brains and don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Save your useful bodies to do the right thing. Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang's expressions changed several times, but they remained silent in the end. Is that Li Yunxiao the reincarnation of martial Emperor Vanquisher? The victors of 100 battles asked with a bitter face. Is he the reincarnation of martial Emperor Vanquisher? After all, the 5 Cloud Mountain incident is too important. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to handle it without someone like Martial Sovereign Vanquisher. Mo Xiaochuan replied, Of course, it's my master. Don't worry, my lord. With master around, the sky can't be stepped down. Jun Ruyun's expression changed slightly, and he snorted softly. He only thought that the two of them had been bewitched, and did not believe in such things as reincarnation. I'm relieved. Bai Sheng was slightly relieved. With the help of the 2 lords from the Merchant Union, our chances have increased. Sect Master, Jun Ruyun suddenly asked, Forgive me for being presumptuous. What is the stance of the Thousand Mountain Manor in the War of the Princes of the Ancient Wu Empire? This question was originally an unreasonable one, but at this moment, the relationship between Bai Sheng and the others seemed to have become much closer, and they seemed to be on the same side. Jun Ruyun couldn't help but ask. Bai Sheng laughed. That's not important. Whether it's the 9th prince by Wuchen or the 3rd prince by Ganji, they're both the best. But this matter is related to the Wandering Secular World Manual after all, Jun Ruyun said. The victors waved their hands and smiled. No one has ever deciphered the Taiyu Hongqian scroll for so many years. The divine item has its own owner. You can't force it. Jun Ruyun replied, I naturally understand this. As for the matter of succession, Xuanji, although the divine item had its own host, if it was the 3rd prince, he would not even have the chance to see the divine item. Moreover, the 9th prince had always been on good terms with him, so he had to use his own power to influence the crown prince. Bai Sheng smiled. Since young Master Yun is so concerned about it, I'll side with the 9th prince. However, the forces in Thousand Mountains Prefecture are complicated now. Even my wish might not be fulfilled. Thank you, Sect Master. Jun Ruyun was overjoyed. You're too kind. The victors smiled and nodded. To him, it didn't matter who he chose. He had the right to read the Taiyu Hongqian scroll, but it was useless. It was a good deal for him to rope in Martial Emperor Pujuan's bloodline with the matter of the Crown Prince. Please come to my residence to rest first, and we'll slowly talk in detail. I'll have someone guard this place. Once head shopkeeper Han comes out, we'll immediately bring him over. After the arrangements for the victors of 100 battles were made, everyone left the small house. Yun Xiao was sent to the land of no return alone, and what he saw was a barren land in ruins. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that there was a violent aura in the air, and from time to time, a terrifying energy would emerge from the void and spread in all directions. He frowned. Although this space was broken, it was extremely vast, and he couldn't tell which direction he was in. Yun Xiao took a few steps on the ground before he finally stopped. He could not walk aimlessly like this, and he regretted not bringing Jun Ruyun with him. Suddenly, his divine sense swept across an area a few thousand feet in front of him. Countless void energies slowly gathered and soon condensed into a huge phantom monster that was staring at him. Strange. This space is so broken that it's almost merged into nothingness, yet it still exists independently. Xianxia could not help but be surprised. It was like a ship riddled with holes that should have sunk into the sea a long time ago. But to his surprise, it did not sink at all after floating on the sea for a long time. The phantom monster suddenly let out a roar and pounced over. With a casual palm strike, Xianxia shattered the space with only the power of his physical body. With a hong sound, the illusionary figure was smashed into pieces, turning into countless tiny energy particles that scattered in all directions like earthworms, quickly disappearing completely. It seems that there is a very strong force in this space. It is not an ordinary space. Gu Qingqing must have done something. Although he could not tell where he was, Xianxia felt much more at ease, knowing that he had found the right place. Since that's the case, I'll use my heart to feel it. Xianxia touched his chest with his right hand and felt the powerful heartbeat. The power of the rainbow stone was emanating from it, and a glazed light emerged from his body, constantly resisting and purifying the power of the rainbow stone. Ever since Mingyu's body had evolved into this kind of glazed multicolored light, the rainbow stone's influence on his heart was minimal. He carefully felt the heartbeat, and his feet began to involuntarily take a step forward. He stepped forward with his right foot, and the ground shrank to an inch, covering 10,000 miles in an instant. A moment later, they arrived at a void space, which seemed to be the sky above the realm of no return. Only then did Xianxia put his hand down from his heart, opened his eyes, and looked around. The empty void began to change under the gaze of his moon pupils. Space was like plasticine that could be kneaded by anyone, constantly changing shape. At this moment, not only the space, but even time seemed to be changing along with it, as if it was moving forward. Suddenly, a ray of multicolored light appeared out of thin air. It turned into a crescent-like shape and slashed in all directions. Xianxia was taken aback. The power of the slash actually gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He suddenly made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the red slash sword of the sword death fell into his hand as he performed a sword technique. The two powerful forces collided in the air, forming a huge cross that split the entire sky. The center of the cross was as dazzling as the sun, and it lasted for a long time before it gradually faded away. Xianxia's face turned extremely serious as he stared at a certain spot in the void, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, a voice came from the ethereal void, and each word shook Xianxia's heart. He could not help but tremble, trying to reach out to grab something, but he put it down just as he lifted it. The voice was so melodious and so familiar. Although it was only talking about numbers, it made his heart surge with emotion and he found it difficult to calm down. "Who are you?" Xianxia took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he said, "Li Xianxia." There was no response from the void. After a while, he said, "Li Xianxia? This name sounds familiar. What are you here for?" Xianxia sighed in his heart. It seemed that Han Junting had not told Chu Hongyan about him, but that she had only heard of him because of his fame. Since that was the case, he didn't want to talk about it at the moment. He only said, "I'm here to save Luo Yunshang, just like you." Chu Hongyan's voice was cut off again, and the void became dead silent. After a while, she said, "You're Yunshang's good friend? Do you know her current situation?" "I know," Yunxiao said. "She has cultivated the 9-yang divine body and came here to accept Gu Qingqing's inheritance. I'm afraid the rainbow stone has already entered her body." Chu Hongyan's voice sounded a little surprised as she said, "I don't know how you know so much, and I don't want to know. Yunshang's current condition is indeed very bad. I'm using all my strength to save her, but I can only contain the rainbow stone's power and can't save her from the root." "What?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "What should I do?" Chu Hongyan's voice came intermittently. "The boundary of the space is connected to the seal of the 5-Cloud Mountain. To save Yunshang, we have to break the seal of the 5-Cloud Mountain." "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. "Break the seal of 5-Cloud Mountain?" he asked. "Do you know the consequences?" "Of course I know." Chu Hongyan replied. When I first arrived, I still had the power to control the rainbow stone to devour the cloud garment and break the seal. It's because of the importance of this matter that after hesitating, I no longer have the power to break the seal. Even if I control this rainbow stone, I'm afraid I won't be able to maintain it for long. What will happen if I fail to control the rainbow stone? Yunxiao asked in a deep voice. What will happen? Yunxiang's mind will be completely devoured, Chu Hongyan said. How long can you maintain it? Yunxiao asked. How long can you keep it up? If there are no changes, at least half a month, at most a month, Chu Hongyan said after thinking for a while. I also have a divine body of purification, Yunxiao said. Perhaps I can dissolve the power of the rainbow stone and save Luo Yunxiang. Chu Hongyan sighed and said, It's useless. The power of the rainbow stone is only a superficial corrosive force. If I'm not wrong, this rainbow stone still has Gu Qingqing's divine sense left behind, and it's probably going to occupy Yun Shang's body. Yun Xiao's heart trembled as he thought of Yu Shengfeng and Yu Yixian. These almighty experts from back then did not seem to be good people. His face was extremely gloomy and his heart was extremely irritable. Is there no other way other than to break the seal on Five Cloud Mountain? Chu Hongyan said. Although I don't know who you are, the power of your sword just now was very domineering and fierce. Can be seen that your cultivation is not below mine. You should understand the restriction. As long as the seal of the Five Cloud Mountain is not destroyed, Yun Shang will inevitably be occupied by Hongshi or Gu Qingqing's divine thoughts. Upon hearing that, Yun Xiao turned and strode away. What are you going to do? Chu Hongyan's voice came. Of course, Yun Xiao said without turning his head. I'm going to break the seal. The voice paused for a moment, then continued awkwardly. Once the seal is broken, all the demons will be released. I'm afraid the entire heavenly martial continent will be plunged into war and all souls will be burned to ashes. You can't even protect your own people, Yun Xiao snorted coldly. And you want to protect all spirits? What a joke, 10,000 spirits will save as much as they can. But if they can't, they'll naturally save their own people first. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the endless void and disappeared. Chu Hongyan seemed to let out a cry of surprise, and then said in a trembling voice, Who are you? His unruly and disdainful words gave her a strong feeling. She couldn't help but tremble as the figure of that man kept appearing in her mind. Yun Xiao soon caught the coordinates of the teleportation array in Thousand Mountains Prefecture. The two spaces were closely connected, so he tore the void apart and stepped into it. The entire space kept shrinking under his feet. He quickly found the node of the array and walked over. Suddenly, a golden light shone and formed an array pattern in front of him. Spread up, down, left, and right. A vast power instantly condensed and directly turned into a dragon, charging over. Yun Xiao frowned as he drew a circle with his right palm and threw it out. Boom! The dragon was instantly shattered by the force of his palm, but as the broken golden light spread out, it formed a world in the void, forming a beautiful picture that spread around Yun Xiao. What happened? Yun Xiao's face turned unsightly as he stared at the node of the teleportation array in a daze before he disappeared. At this moment, on the other side of the teleportation space, in a small house in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, the smell of blood spread. The few disciples guarding the place were nowhere to be seen, and the ground was covered in blood, flesh, and bones. Two men stood in front of the teleportation array, staring at the light that was shining through the array, and heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect him to return so quickly. Fortunately, we arranged it quickly, otherwise we would have missed the big deal. One of them said with fear in his eyes. Humph, so what if it can't be sealed? I don't believe that Li Yunxiao can turn the world upside down. The other person was disdainful and said coldly, I don't understand why the higher-ups value him so much and even use the searing parasol as the eye of the formation. If we have the burning parasol and work together, we can easily kill him. It's a good thing you didn't do that. The man from before snorted coldly. Otherwise, we'd be the ones turned into mincemeat right now. I finally understand why the higher-ups chose me to be responsible even though you're stronger than me. Aren't you praising others while diminishing your own prestige? The man was unhappy. That's enough, the man said. If you don't agree, you can go to Xianxia and fight him alone next time. But before you go, give me all the rare treasures you've collected over the years, so that Xianxia won't benefit from them. Humph, you jinx. The man was not convinced, but he did not say anything more. He changed the topic and said, "The seal has been placed. It's time to do proper business. Breaking the seal of the 5-Cloud Mountain, just thinking about it makes me excited. You and I are finally going to do something earth-shattering." The two of them disappeared from the small house in a flash, leaving behind only the stench of blood. All of a sudden, the teleportation formation emitted a white-hot sword light, and a lotus flower bloomed on the entire formation. Countless flower petals spread out like a flight of stairs that extended to infinity. Stepping on the petals, Xianxia walked up the stairs, and as he walked out of the passage, the flowers and shadows fell. The burning parasol? As expected of someone from the sanctuary, he actually wants to break the seal of the 5-Cloud Mountain. What a fucking dog! Xianxia cursed. Although he also wanted to break the seal, he was still furious at the moment. Fine, let these scumbags do it. I'll keep an eye on them in the dark. He also disappeared from the house in a flash. The headquarters of the Thousand Mountain Prefecture suddenly rang with urgent bells, startling countless birds and beasts in the mountains. Suddenly, hundreds of lights rose into the sky. Everyone was shocked and quickly flew back to the headquarters. In front of the meeting hall, there was a wide area of a few thousand feet. Hundreds of people had gathered there, and they were all looking at the center in surprise. The great elder Mao Haokong was followed by a group of people. Their auras were monstrous as they charged into the main hall. Everyone scattered in all directions in shock, not daring to step forward. The grudges between the great elder and the sect leader had long been known by everyone in the sect, but they had never thought that there would be a day when they would openly become enemies. What is the meaning of this, great elder? Today is not the day to give out offerings. Return it. The voice of the victors came from the hall. It was cold and emotionless. Everyone could feel the tension in the situation. Since the great elder dared to bring people up to stir up trouble, he was probably prepared to fight to the death. There would definitely be a river of blood. Humph, Mao Haokong, don't care about that little bit of tribulation. Today, I've brought many disciples here to accuse you of winning 100 battles. Die! Mao Haokong shouted and pointed at the hall. A powerful aura spread out, stirring up dust on the ground. All the disciples flew up into the sky. They didn't dare to stand in front of the mountain gate and could only watch from a distance. They were all frightened. Blame? The victorious 100, have been cautious and conscientious ever since I took the position. I don't dare to say that I've made great contributions, but I've also followed the rules of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture and become one of the few major forces in the western region. This is something that everyone has seen. Did Great Elder eat something bad for the past few days? As the voice was heard, the victors of 100 battles slowly walked out of the hall. A group of warriors followed behind him, including Mo Xiaochuan and the others. The two groups of people immediately clashed with each other in terms of aura, secretly competing with each other, and the surrounding sand and stones were shaken. Mao Haokong shouted, "You shameless person! You actually took the credit of others and put it on your head. If it weren't for the support of the Holy Region, with just the foundation of your 100 victories and Thousand Mountains Prefecture, you think you can make a name for yourself in the Western region? Bah! In your dreams." Even though the victors didn't look too good, they were still calm. This naturally has the contributions of the Holy Region, but I don't know where the crime that first elder mentioned comes from. Mao Haokong sneered and said, Do you think that you can hide your technique from everyone? Today, I'll expose you in front of the world. Victorious 100, how dare you collude with the demon clan to break the seal of 5-Cloud Mountain and release the great demon inside? You deserve to die 10,000 times. As soon as these words came out, murmurs could be heard all around. It was not strange for the demons to appear in the Thousand Mountains Prefecture frequently. Many people knew about this, but they did not know the inside story. When they heard Mao Haokong's words, they were shocked and found it hard to believe. Bai Shang's expression changed drastically, and even the people behind him were stunned. Then, someone stood out and angrily rebuked, Mao Haokong, you are really shameless. It was clearly you who did this dirty thing, and now you are blaming it on the sect leader. You deserve to die. Mao Haokong sneered. We'll find out who's the shameless one. Right now, the two saints are both here. They can be the judges. Yunxiao, who had been hiding in the dark, saw two people walk out from behind Mao Haokong. They were the saints who had placed the seal in the cabin. Both of them were peak 9-star cultivators. One of them had a solemn and expressionless face, while the other had a sneer on his face. Their auras and their status as domain sages immediately intimidated everyone present. Even the victors of 100 battles turned pale and their auras were suppressed. The expressionless man said, This one is Fei Cheng. This one is Tai Yuan, from the Holy Region. He took out a token and threw it over. The Dark Agent. Everyone was shocked. Dark agents were not well known, because they had always only been active and did things that were inconvenient to see the light of day. Yunxiao glanced at the two men. Although they were both peak 9 stars, they were much worse than the head of the Dark Agency he had killed. He wondered if the Dark Agency had a new secretary. If someone in the Holy Region really wanted to break the seal of the 5-Cloud Mountain, it was indeed logical to let the Dark Agent come out. It was just that he didn't know who the person behind it was. Bai Shang's expression turned even uglier. He returned the token in his hand and cupped his hands in obeisance. So it's the two lords of the Holy Region. However, can the Holy Region be clear about the right and wrong of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture? The sanctuary naturally doesn't know, Fei Cheng replied. Mao Haokong was stunned and said awkwardly, This, my lord, please. Fei Cheng raised his hand and interrupted him. We don't care if it's right or wrong, but it's true that some demons have infiltrated the Thousand Mountains Prefecture in an attempt to break the seal. Now, as a law enforcer of the sanctuary, I want you to hand over the key to the 5-Cloud Mountain seal for the two of us to keep. Yunxiao cursed in his heart. Shameless. But it was indeed a good idea, as it could save him a lot of effort. Bai Shang's expression became unnatural. It's not impossible to hand over the key, but it's very difficult for me to do so just based on the words of the two lords, unless there is a personal order from the director of the council. Fei Cheng's expression did not change. This matter is of great importance. The two of us came in a hurry. We have not had the time to write an order. If that's the case, I'll be in a difficult position, said Victorious 100, troubled. Difficult my ass. Grand Ape angrily said. Don't tell me our Dark Master's face isn't enough? The Sanctum entrusted you with the key to the seal of the 5-Cloud Mountain, right? You're just returning it to its owner. It's precisely because of this that I can't be careless, Bai Xianxia said. Without a written order, I'm sorry, but I can't do it. Mao Haokong was secretly happy. He could not wait for the Victorious 100 to fall out with the two from the Sacred Zone. It would be best if they fought. He quickly fanned the flames and said, My lord, it seems he really is colluding with the monster race. Our sect's elder Ji Taiqing was placed under house arrest by him after he was injured, and now he has completely disappeared. I'm afraid he found out something and fell into his vicious hands. If that's the case, then it's true. The Grand Ape chuckled and said, It seems our Holy Region must enforce the law fairly, no matter how well the victors had recuperated. They finally couldn't hold it in and shouted, Mao Haokong, I was just about to settle this with you. You've killed a few of our fellow disciples and kidnapped Ji Taiqing. Now, you're also trying to frame me. The disciples were shocked and confused, not knowing who was right or wrong, good or bad. Fei Cheng snorted coldly. It's a mess. The key in your Thousand Mountains Prefecture is a hidden danger. Quickly hand it over, or don't blame us for being impolite. The aura on his body skyrocketed, and it pressured the victors and the others so much that their expressions changed slightly. It looked like he was going to use force to settle this. Mao Haokong sneered coldly. You've won 100 battles. Yet you dare to fight against a Saint Realm law enforcer. You're indeed harboring evil intentions. Fortunately, we discovered it early. A sanctuary enforcer must have an enforcer's token. Victor's Bai was shocked and furious. My lords, you only have the identity tokens of dark agents. It's not enough. Enough? The Grand Ape grinned hideously. How can the head of a small sect like you decide whether it's enough or not? Hand over the key or die. He also took a step forward, directly causing the ground to crack. The hall behind everyone suddenly collapsed, and the entire mountain peak was constantly crumbling. You're going too far, Bai Sheng said angrily. I'm going to the holy region to seek justice from the city council. Go to the saint level? You collude with the demons and collude with the enemy. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Today, the two of us will execute you on the spot. The Grand Ape's aura continued to rise, and his eyes burst out with killing intent. The warriors who were swept by his gaze were all scared out of their wits. Mo Xiaochuan and the others had grave expressions on their faces as well, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The expression on Fei Cheng's face turned cold as he said, Sir Victors of 100 battles, this is your last chance. Hand over the key or die. Bai Sheng's face turned white. He could not fight against Tai Yuan's power, not to mention that his opponent had Fei Cheng. In addition, with Mao Haokong's power and influence, if they really fought, the chances of winning were very low. On his side, only he and Su Lianyi were peak 9-star martial sovereigns. However, Su Lianyi was just an acquaintance. It was impossible for her to offend the sacred zone just to help him. 100 Victories gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face, Do the two of you know what that key is? I don't care what it is. The Grand Ape snorted. Take it out and spare your life. What is it? Fei Cheng was much calmer. Bai Sheng's expression was extremely ugly as he said, The key to the 5-Cloud Mountain Seal is the token of the 1,000 Mountains Prefecture's sect master, passed down from generation to generation. Back then, when he used this as a token, it meant that all the past 1,000 Mountains Prefecture's sect masters would swear to protect this item with their lives. Although I'm not talented, I don't dare to go against the wishes of my ancestors. Fei Cheng said slowly, This is not against the wishes of our ancestors. The Holy Region has given this key to our ancestors for safekeeping. Now we are just returning it. Who asked you to be so incompetent and let the demon race infiltrate the 1,000 Mountains Prefecture? I don't know why you're taking the key by force, Bai Sheng said excitedly. But if it's to prevent the seal of 5-Cloud Mountain from being broken, I'm willing to destroy the key completely and stop all evil people from thinking about it. He flipped his hand over, and a yellow jade seal began to spin above him. It emitted a gentle light, and there were dozens of characters on it that were constantly shining. Viciousness flashed in the eyes of the victors. He raised his hand and slapped the jade seal. Stop! Several angry rebukes rang out, and the one with the biggest reaction was to split into two people, and an earth-shattering force pressed over. In the midst of the flying dust, a red light flashed and instantly wrapped around the jade seal, turned into a light and rushed into the sky. Who is it? Stay here. A few shocked and angry voices rang out. Then, the Grand Ape transformed into a giant spirit and raised its huge palm to slap the red light. Boom! The sky was shattered by the palm, and the big hand fell directly into the air. The red light tore through the space under the huge pressure and broke through the sky. The victor's Bai was also shocked and cried out, Song Yao! The Grey Demon Clan? Fei Cheng's expression changed drastically. Bai Sheng swallowed his saliva and his face turned pale. It's that Song Yao, there's no mistaking it. We're in big trouble. He seemed to have lost his soul. Damn it! The Grand Ape was furious and directly took out its anger on him. After letting out an angry roar, it slapped his body with its large palm. Although the victors were a little dazed, they still had their cultivation. They came back to their senses in an instant and stood up in anger. They formed a seal with their hands and slapped out. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire mountain was blown to pieces. All the 1,000 Mountains Prefecture's disciples either fled or died. Stop! Fei Qing shouted and stopped the Grand Ape. Stop! The most important thing now is to find the key. Only then did Tai Yuan return to his normal state. A trace of slyness flashed through his eyes. He pointed at the victorious 100 battles and grinned. If the seal on the 5-cloud mountain is broken, you're dead. Let's see how you're going to explain this to the saints and the world. I will definitely tell the world what happened today. If you didn't take it by force, the jade seal wouldn't have been lost. Bai Shang said angrily. Mao Haokong shouted. The victors of 100 battles have committed a heinous crime, and their deaths are not to be regretted. My lords, I hope that you can enforce the law impartially and take him down first, then go find the key. Fei Cheng's expression changed and he recited, This Xing Luo isn't very good. In fact, he couldn't make up his mind. Since the seal key had been taken away by the demon clan, they most likely had to break the seal. This was a good thing. It saved them the trouble of doing anything, and they could naturally push the blame to Bai Shang. This victorious 100 has long been in cahoots with the demon clan. Even if we want to retrieve the key, the best way is to start with the victorious 100. Mao Haokong cried out excitedly. That's right. The Grand Ape grinned. No matter what, since he's the one who lost the key, let's take him down first. With a flash, he appeared in front of Bai Shang and threw a punch. Furious, the victors didn't bother to explain and shouted. Since the people of the Holy Region can't tell right from wrong, then I can only resist to the end. In the future, I will make a clear decision in front of the Minister of Affairs. Fellow sect members, are you willing to come with me? The powerhouses from the Thousand Mountains Prefecture behind him were filled with righteous indignation as they shouted. I'm willing to follow the sect leader. Mao Haokong laughed maniacally. Haha, it's a good time to get rid of all of you stubborn people. Everyone, follow me. He led his subordinates and instantly rushed towards those elders. As for the 100 victories, with the 2 experts of the Sacred Domain's Dark Agent present, it was naturally easy to capture them. 100 victories dodged Tai Yuan's attacks continuously and said anxiously, Lady Su Lieni, young Master Ruyun, help me. Fei Cheng frowned and looked at Su Lieni. At this moment, there were only 2 peak 9-star experts left in the hall. He was also a little confused about the other party's background. After hearing this, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Su Lieni, the pavilion master of the Empyrean 1 pavilion? Su Lieni's expression was indifferent. She wasn't affected by the chaos in front of her. Yes, I am. I don't know why you're here. Do you want to help the victors? Fei Qing asked. Su Lieni shook her head. This is a matter between the Thousand Mountains Prefecture and the Holy Region. I don't have to interfere. These words immediately stunned everyone. Seeing that she was standing so close to Bai Zhanshang before, they thought that they were in cahoots. Even the victors of 100 battles were extremely depressed, thinking that merchants really valued profit over righteousness. He couldn't help but say anxiously, Lady Lieni, you have helped me through this difficult time. I will definitely reward you heavily in the future. Lord Victorious 100, Su Lieni said, I'm sorry, I have my own stand. Behind him, Mo Xiaochuan and Xiao Huang Haolian also stood there quietly, unmoving, as if they were unmoved by what they saw. Junar Yuyun was shocked and furious. You guys are so cowardly. Mo Xiaochuan crossed his arms in front of him and said, Junior brother, I hope you won't interfere. It's a wise move to stay out of this. I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death. Jun Ruyun rebuked angrily. I've always looked down on your intelligence, but at least you have courage, perseverance, and loyalty worthy of my praise. Now that I've seen you, you've really disappointed me. I'm afraid that even Master will be greatly disappointed if he knows in the underworld. His face was frosty. Without a word, he drew his sword and charged towards Mao Haokong and the rest. Young Emperor Haolian's face twitched slightly as he snorted. I always thought that this fellow was cold-blooded. It seems that I have misunderstood him. Mo Xiaochuan sighed slightly in his heart. Just now, the 3 of them had received Yunxiao's voice transmission, telling them not to act on their own and not to get into a conflict with the people from the sacred zone for the time being, or they would have attacked long ago. Even so, Xiaohuang Haolian was still itching for a fight. As he watched the victors of the 100 battles get killed one after another, he frowned and said, "I don't think this is a good idea." Mo Xiaochuan, on the other hand, was much calmer. "Master has his own judgment on whether it's good or bad. You'd better stay calm. Don't get into a conflict with the people from the sanctuary, lest you get reprimanded by Master." Fei Cheng looked at the three of them and said, "Since the three of you are so tactful, I won't make things difficult for you. Please leave." Su Lianyi said, "Although we won't help those who have won 100 battles, we have never thought of leaving. We will just stay here and watch the show." "What?" Fei Cheng was stunned for a moment before he sneered. "This show isn't that good." "My lord," Su Lianyi said unhurriedly, "you can do whatever you want. Just treat us as non-existent." Fei Cheng frowned. He naturally knew about the background of Su Lianyi and the others. It was already strange that they didn't help those who had won 100 battles. He thought that they were afraid of him. Now, it was obvious that wasn't the case. What medicine were they up to? He was only a little afraid of Yunxiao, but when he thought that the latter was still sealed in the land of no return, he was a little relieved. "Since you want to see, then open your eyes wide and look carefully. Don't throw your little lives in there." He no longer paid any attention to the three of them. With a wave of his sleeve, he walked towards the victorious 100 battles. The victors of 100 battles instantly felt an immense pressure. Their faces turned pale and their eyes were filled with despair. Suddenly, everyone's hearts trembled. An extremely powerful aura appeared in the sky, and they couldn't help but look up. It was Yao Zhe with a few other demons. They stood in the air and watched coldly, as if it was none of their business. Under the pressure of the powerful auras of the few demons, everyone stopped fighting and suddenly separated. "Yo, why did you stop? There's no need to worry about me. Please continue." Yao Zhe laughed and gloated. "Sir Zhe, help me," Bai Sheng hurriedly said. "Help you?" Yao Zhe had a playful look on his face as he laughed. "There are times when you beg me?" Mai Zhe is also the military advisor of the demi-human race, and his status is 100 times higher than yours. "Why is it so troublesome for you to handle such a small matter? The key is no longer in my hands." Victorious 100 gritted his teeth and said, "What?" Yao Zhe's expression changed as he looked at Fei Cheng and the others, his eyes flashing. Fei Cheng could already feel how powerful this person was. When he was swept by the unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly said, "The key has been stolen. It's not in our hands." "Who stole it?" the philosopher Yao asked coldly. "It's impossible for Sir Zhe to find the key without my help," Bai Zhanxing said. "Even if I tell you who it is, you can't do anything." Yao Zhe's face darkened. "If you want me to save your life, show me something," he said coldly. "You'll die easily if you only know how to talk." "Lord Zhe, don't believe his nonsense," Mao Haokong said hurriedly. "The one who stole the key was the Ash-Grey Demon Clan who escaped from the crack in the seal of 5 Cloud Mountain." "What?" Most of the people present were shocked. Even Fei Cheng and Tai Yuan were shocked. All of a sudden, their eyes fell on him. Yao Zhe's body trembled as he exclaimed, "The Grey Demon Clan!" His eyes suddenly burst out with boundless killing intent, and all the martial artists were terrified. They only felt that the killing intent was so deep that it almost froze their bodies. Mao Haokong was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was so scared that he trembled. Yao Zhe's face was frighteningly dark, and his body was almost turning into a demon uncontrollably. "When did the Azure Demon Clan escape? Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter?" Mao Haokong's teeth chattered continuously. He was completely unable to resist the pressure of Yao Zhe's aura. He trembled and said, "It's been a long time. I'm not sure, so I didn't tell you, sir." The victors of 100 battles suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha! Mao Haokong, you've been slandering me for colluding with the demon race. Now everyone can see who's right and who's wrong, right? The two lords of the Holy Region, please examine the details." So that's how it is. The Great Elder is actually colluding with the demon race. He even called a deer a horse and called it a thief. There was a sigh from all around. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Mao Haokong. Fei Cheng glared at Mao Haokong. He seemed to be blaming him for hiding the matter of the ash demon, but also seemed to be blaming him for being too stupid to expose himself on the spot, embarrassing the two of them. Xianxia was furious and said coldly, "I don't care what your purpose is. If you didn't have any value, I would have killed you right now for hiding such a big thing from me." Mao Haokong's face turned pale. However, since things had come to this, he could only go all out. If he walked down this path to the end, he would be the king. If he lost, he would be the bandit. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Jia, please kill the victors of 100 battles. I'll definitely be responsible for finding the key, and our goal is the same." An elder behind Victorious 100 rebuked, "Shameless brat. You've finally admitted it." Mo Xiaochuan suddenly laughed. "Haha, we're in trouble now. What should the two lords of the sacred zone do? What else can we do?" Young Emperor Haolian glared at him. "We're obviously going to catch the real traitor." "That might not be the case," Mo Xiaochuan laughed. Young Emperor Haolian had a carefree look on his face as he said, "I don't believe it. Could it be that the Holy Region has also colluded with the monster race?" "Actually, I don't believe it either. Let's take a good look," Mo Xiaochuan said. Fei Cheng's and Tai Yuan's expressions were extremely unsightly. The two of them didn't know what to do. It was certain that he could no longer play with Mao Haokong. But if he stood on the side of the victors, wouldn't he have to deal with Xianxia? The great demon in front of him was clearly a divine transcendence. Wasn't he courting death? Xianxia seemed to only care about the matter of the ash demon. "How's Song Yao's strength?" Mao Haokong shook his head. "I don't know. When Song Yao escaped, I thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to still be alive. However, he was deceived by that bastard Ji Taiqing." "What use are you if you don't know anything?" the philosopher Yao said coldly. Mao Haokong was shocked. He immediately felt a strong killing intent surging toward him. He quickly said, "I can help you find the key. After all, I am the Grand Elder of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. I know the key very well. I am also familiar with the terrain of this mountain range. I've kept that key for nearly 100 years, replied Bai Shang coldly. "How can you be more familiar with it than me? And I know how to find it." Mao Haokong was shocked and said angrily, "You've won 100 battles, Bai-in. If that's the case, then the Great Elder is completely useless." Xianxia laughed coldly. He raised his hand and played a few zither strings in the air. As he played the strings, they shot out a strong halo. "Don't!" Mao Haokong felt the killing intent and was scared out of his wits. He quickly fled. Bang! 2 strings sounded, and 2 halos hit him one after another, directly exploding into minced meat, which was blown away by the wind. Everyone's expression changed drastically. As the Great Elder of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, Mao Haokong was extremely powerful, but he was still killed in a single move. The entire place immediately fell silent, and no one dared to make a sound. "So useless," Xianxia said contemptuously. "To think that I even plucked 2 strings. Let's go. I'll go find that Song Yao." He turned to Bai Zhanshang and said. Everyone's heart trembled. It seemed that the other party's interest in the Azure Demon was above that of the key. The 2 saints looked at each other, their hearts uncertain. But no matter what, they couldn't start a conflict with these demons. His goal was to open the seal of the 5-Cloud Mountain, and most of these demon race people were the same. He just needed to watch quietly and save trouble. Didn't the 2 lords of the sanctum want to keep the key to the 5-Cloud Mountain in case the demons took it? Young Emperor Haolian asked curiously. "Now that the demon who stole the key has appeared, why aren't you 2 moving?" Fei Chang and Tai Yuan were both embarrassed as they glared at young Emperor Haolian. If looks could kill, young Emperor Haolian would have already been crushed to pieces. Mo Xiaochuan laughed and said, "You're a blockhead. Aren't you just embarrassing the 2 lords by saying this? With the strength of the 2 lords, if they rushed up, it would be suicide, but if they didn't rush up, they would lose face. It was in such a dilemma that you went to ask which was too tactless. If the 2 Darren become angry from embarrassment and transfer their hatred to you and take your life, don't blame your senior brother for not saving you." "I see. I was wrong." Young Emperor Haolian nodded. Fei Chong and Tai Yuan's faces were ashen with anger, and their eyes glowed with a cold light. They wanted to kill Mo Xiaochuan and Mo Wuji countless times in their hearts. Victorious 100 turned around and said to one of the elders, "Elder son, when I'm not here, you will take over the position of sect leader. The rest of you must assist with all your might." "Sect leader, be careful." The old man was shocked and quickly said, "I'll try my best to come back alive. If I can't, the Thousand Mountains Prefecture will be in your hands from now on," Bai Zhanxing said. The rest of the people were also filled with grief and indignation, reluctant to leave. Yaozhe was getting impatient. He said coldly, "If you delay my time and let the Ash Demon escape, I'll use the entire Thousand Mountains Prefecture as a blood sacrifice." Everyone's expression changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything. "That jade seal has been left behind by the previous Thousand Mountain Prefecture's head and my consciousness. It's impossible for Xianxia to erase it in a short time," Bai Zhanxing said. He looked at the two of them and said, "My lords, please guard the sealed entrance to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation." The two of them frowned. The victors of 100 battles probably wouldn't be able to guess that their goal was to open the seal. "Don't worry. Just leave the sealing entrance to the two of us," Fei Cheng said. Yaozhe snorted disdainfully and shouted, "Let's go!" The demons and the victorious 100 battles turned into streaks of light and fled into the distance. "Let's go too," Mo Xiaochuan said with a frown. The three of them followed the light. Fei Cheng's face darkened. He wanted to stop them, but he thought about it and stopped. He turned to Elder Sun and said, "Where is the entrance to the seal? Hurry up and bring us there." "My lords, please follow me." Elder Sun did not dare to delay. Jun Ruyun stood in the sky and pondered for a moment before hurriedly chasing after Mo Xiaochuan and the others. In a deep valley among the endless mountain range, a waterfall was flowing down, making a loud noise. A ray of red light landed inside and revealed a figure in front of the waterfall. It was Mr. Yang. Holding the jade seal of the Chenji Mansion's sect master in his hand, he looked angry and said to himself, "A sealing key? Humph." He made a shocking move. He threw the jade seal into the air and then punched out. The jade seal continued to flash with all kinds of light in the air, and the seals and restrictions were triggered one by one. However, they still couldn't withstand the evil punch. Under the flash of red light, all the restrictions were broken. The jade seal seemed to have a spirit. It let out an ear-piercing sound and tried to break free from the restraint of the fist force. "TSK, a mere profound-level weapon wants to escape from my hands? That's really fucked up." Mr. Yang increased the strength of his fist and the jade seal lost its resistance. Its light dimmed and it was about to shatter. Suddenly, Mr. Yang's expression changed and he shouted in fear, "Who is it?" A sense of death crept into his heart, and a powerful sword force appeared behind him, cutting through the air. He had no doubt that if he was hit by that sword, he would be cut into pieces on the spot. Mr. Yang was shocked. He could not care less about crushing the jade seal. His body flashed and he used the blood escape technique. He turned into a shadow and disappeared. Swish! The sword chi streaked across the space where he had been, tearing a long crack and cutting into the waterfall. Then, a ray of green light appeared in the air and took the jade seal. "It's you." After Mr. Yang dodged, he reappeared a few hundred feet away. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared coldly at the figure. It was the man who had ambushed him in the courtyard. Holding the jade seal, Yun Xiao said leisurely, "The situation is really complicated. The person guarding the seal wants to break the seal, but the person being sealed wants to protect the seal. Why is this world so strange? Then, do you want to break the seal or protect it?" Mr. Yang asked coldly. "I wanted to protect the seal before," Yun Xiao said. "Now I'm going to break it." Mr. Yang was taken aback. He did not expect this answer. Besides, Yun Xiao's face was full of sincerity. Obviously, he did not, and there was no need to lie to him. "Why?" He could not help but ask curiously. "Alas," Yun Xiao sighed, "the world is really like a game of chess, and it changes all the time. I can't help it." I'm curious. Why do you want to guard the seal and not let your companions come out? Mr. Yang waved his hand and said unhappily, This is my business, you don't need to care. I understand. Yun Xiao nodded. Every family has its own difficulties. He turned around and was about to leave. Stop! Mr. Yang suddenly shouted. With a flash of blood-red light, he stood in front of Yun Xiao and said coldly, Leave that jade seal behind. Do you think it's possible? Yun Xiao chuckled. Do you think it's possible? Mr. Yang stared at him coldly for a while before saying, This jade seal has already been contaminated by my blood. Even if you take it away, it's useless. Yun Xiao looked down at the jade seal in his hand. Sure enough, there were bloodstains on it, and the power of the artifact was weakening. Thank you for the reminder. Yun Xiao performed a thunder incantation gesture with one hand and slapped it directly on the jade seal. Immediately, the power of thunder poured out and washed the entire seal. The seal flickered with lightning, and the gloomy atmosphere from before was swept away. It was now full of spiritual energy. Ah? You! Mr. Yang was dumbfounded. This was the first time something like this had happened. Anything that had been contaminated by his blood technique had never been restored. What he did not know was that Yun Xiao's divine thunder was the most righteous thing in the world, which was specialized in countering all kinds of evil arts. In addition, as a ninth-tier alchemist, Yun Xiao's understanding of profound artifacts was far beyond that of ordinary people. Leave the jade seal. Mr. Yang was furious and vexed at his own carelessness for letting the other party snatch it. He immediately put his palms together in front of him, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Yun Xiao and threw out a palm strike. Countless blood-red beams appeared in the sky like mist and smoke, wrapping Yun Xiao up in an instant. Yun Xiao put away the jade seal unhurriedly, then formed a seal with both hands, summoning a huge golden seal that broke through the blood-red light and smashed toward the enemy. Floating like a dream, flying with a seal. Boom! The mark directly blasted away his opponent's palm force and sent Mr. Yang flying hundreds of feet away. Mr. Yang's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He gritted his teeth and said, You're clearly only a peak 9-star. Where did you get such powerful strength? You're asking too much, Yun Xiao said. I'm in a good mood right now, so I can let you go. Otherwise, you'll be sentenced to death for your sneak attack on me in the small courtyard. I will never let you break the seal, Mr. Yang said coldly. He was almost screaming out loud. As his hands continued to form seals, countless rays of blood-red light flew out from his body. Each ray seemed to turn into a human figure, wailing in pain. In an instant, the entire world turned into a world of blood. Even the color of the waterfall was gradually dyed red. A demon wants to protect the seal of 5 Cloud Mountains so desperately, Yun Xiao said with a sigh. It's really sad. Go to hell. The power in Mr. Yang's body became more and more violent. He roared, dark blood devouring the heavens. The countless blood shadows continued to condense, like a net of blood mist, devouring from all directions. Not only did the blood mist corrode the Yuan Power Emperor Qi, but all sorts of wails could also be heard from within. It was as if it was from hell, and it attacked one's spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. Yun Xiao put his hands together and slowly separated them, bringing out a thunderbolt that illuminated his face with a green light. Rings of stars burst out from his body and spread out in all directions. His entire person gradually turned into lightning. The power of the Thunder World was like 10,000 horses galloping, attacking the blood-red world. Give me the key, Mr. Yang roared. Give it to me, you scum. He had completely gone mad, and his entire person had lost his form. He turned into a blood shadow, and he was like a giant spirit that hung in the sky. The countless blood-colored living beings continued to attack the Thunder World, wanting to tear it apart. With an indifferent expression on his face, Yun Xiao performed a thunder incantation with one hand and raised the other high as he chanted, Wind and thunder move the 9 heavens. Boom! Countless thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and the endless green clouds swallowed and spat, gradually forming the shape of a dragon. With a long roar, it shook the 9 heavens and swooped down, Xianxia and the rest were also shocked by the phenomenon in the sky. They all increased their speed and flew towards the lightning dragon. The 9 heavens thunder dragon swooped down like a meteorite falling to the ground, directly rushing into the valley. Boom! The valley that was soaked in the boundless sea of blood instantly stirred up thousands of thunderclaps, and layers of star rings exploded, rushing in all directions. Countless mountains were instantly reduced to ashes. Mr. Yang's body was instantly destroyed by the lightning. He wailed and could no longer maintain his form. He shrank and finally turned into a drop of blood essence, which disappeared into the lightning. Yunxiao put away the thunderbolts in the sky. At this moment, the area within 10,000 feet had been flattened. He recalled the situation when the drop of blood essence escaped and muttered to himself, "The blood elementalist's techniques are indeed evil enough to let him escape. However, this person's blood elementalist abilities don't seem to be that simple. It seems to be related to his main body." However, he couldn't be bothered to care about these things. Even the Holy Region wanted to release the demon race. At the moment, he only wanted to break the seal of 5 Cloud Mountain, rescue Luo Yunxiang, and then leave with everyone. At this moment, he looked up and saw Xianxia and the others stopped a few thousand feet away, staring at him coldly. Lord Cloudsky. The victors were both surprised and delighted. Lord Cloudsky. Yunxiao gave him a slight nod. Master! Mo Xiaochuan and the other 2 also arrived in a flash, and they flew behind Yunxiao. Yunxiao turned his eyes to Jun Ruyun, who was staring at him not far away. He smiled and did not comment. Jun Ruyun's entire body trembled, and an indescribable emotion spread in his heart. He was overwhelmed with shock. Although he couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was his master's reincarnation, there was an emotion that he couldn't understand. It slowly warmed his blood and made him restless. "What about the ash demon?" Xianxia asked with a dark expression. "Are you talking about the demon covered in blood?" Yunxiao looked at him and asked, "You mean the demon?" Xiaoxia's body trembled slightly, unable to calm his emotions. He said anxiously, "That's right. Where is he?" Yunxiao shrugged, spread his hands and said, "I'm sorry, that's all. He was reduced to a drop of blood by my lightning, and he immediately fled." "Escaping with blood!" Xianxia cried out in shock. His entire body turned gloomy as if he was shrouded in mist, and his eyes were filled with a cold light. "Who is that gray demon?" Yunxiao asked curiously. "Is it that important?" The cold air around Xianxia continued to surge as he said, "It's more than important. What about the key to the 5 Cloud Mountain seal?" Yunxiao suddenly laughed. "The key is naturally with me. You want to snatch it? Tell me first, are you going to guard the seal or break it? Just hand over the key and the Demon Emperor gold slip. You don't have to worry about anything else." Xianxia knew that he would not surrender without a fight. He hugged the air and immediately conjured a lute. He played the silver strings and several beams of silver light shot down. "Let's go!" Yunxiao cried out as his eyes turned blood red and he reversed the space, teleporting himself, Mo Xiaochuan, and the others away. "Ah!" Jun Ruyun cried out in horror as he looked at Yunxiao in disbelief. His eyes were blood red, and an evil aura was shooting out of them. It was so familiar that he trembled all over. Although his reason kept telling him impossible, absolutely impossible, he could not help but whisper, "Master, humph, if you don't hand over the key and the gold slip today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." Xiaoxia's hand changed its tune, and as quick as rain, a giant net fell from the sky. "The 3 of you back off," Yunxiao said to Mo Xiaochuan. The 3 of them hurriedly retreated, knowing that they would only be a burden in this extraordinary battle. The giant net was dense and didn't have a physical body. Instead, it was formed by countless musical symbols. It was like water boiling a river, constantly stirring up waves. Interesting. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands in front of him, and a starry cloud swirled in his right eye, as if it had formed a space of its own. Helios Luna. With these 2 words, The entire giant net entered his eyes and disappeared into the sky. What? Xianxia was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He had never seen such an outrageous thing. Clang, clang, clang. He played the lute even more rapidly, creating countless afterimages. Countless light blades came from all directions, cutting across the sky. Xianxia slowly closed his right eye and performed an incantation gesture with one hand. A golden light emerged from his body, within which were rolling demonic patterns and a pure glazed light. The countless sound blades cut through the sky and pierced people's eardrums as they hit Yunxiao's body, producing clattering sounds. But they could not break through his three-colored divine light shield. The demons were all dumbfounded, including Xianxia himself. His mouth was wide open, and he was almost in a daze. If he just stood there and let you hack at him without being able to move him, how could he fight? You actually opened 7 of the 8 gates of the divine body. Xianxia finally understood what was going on. He suppressed the shock in his heart and gritted his teeth. No wonder you can compete with me with your peak 9-star cultivation. But when it comes to physical strength, we demons are the strong ones. His body suddenly swelled up, and his muscles bulged. His entire body turned green, and he was more than 3 times bigger than before. A pair of pitch-black horns grew on his forehead. He held the lute in his hand and slapped it with an incantation seal. It was instantly unsealed and turned into a sharp saber. Whoosh! With a flash of saber light in the sky, Xianxia's body disappeared in an instant, and in the next moment, he appeared behind Yunxiao and slashed out. The entire space was actually compressed by the blade light, but it did not shatter or tear apart, which was extremely strange. Lord Xia is the leader of the armored demons. One of the demons laughed. He's the best in his race in terms of physical strength. This laughable human actually dares to show off his skills before an expert. The other monster raceman said with a serious expression, "This person has opened the 7 gates of the divine body. He's only 1 step away from achieving phenomenal success in his physical body. Even if he can't defeat Serge's armor, he shouldn't be too weak." Yunxiao could also feel the sharpness of the light, so he did not dare to be careless. He kept waving his hands in the air, using the dragon transformation incantation to slap them on the blade and hold it with both hands. Bang! A loud vibrating sound came from the saber, and a terrifying force spread out, forcing Yunxiao to take a few steps back. Under the impact of the remaining force of the saber, the golden body kept flashing. What a powerful force! Yunxiao was shocked, and he also heard the conversation between the 2 demons. When he looked at Xia, he saw that his muscles had swelled up like iron walls, as if he were indeed wearing armor. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anger as he snorted. Clang's silver strings emerged from the blade and wrapped around Yunxiao's hands like vines. Xianxia's face lit up with joy, and he said ferociously, "The warm-up is almost over. I'm so disappointed." Yunxiao's eyes were fixed on the silver strings, and his expression remained unchanged. He still clenched the blade with both hands and said, "What, you're going to admit defeat? Ha, you're so funny." Xianxia laughed coldly. The sound string on my demonic blade was condensed from a wisp of sound that drifted in the ancient times when the world was first created. It was condensed into a string by the ancestors of the demon race. It can destroy anything. He sneered sarcastically and said, "Gong!" The silver strings trembled and let out a long, drawn-out sound as they suddenly slashed at Yunxiao. Ift, ift, ift. Yunxiao's arms exploded one after another, turning into green smoke and clouds. The demon blade in Xianxia's hand followed the momentum and cut him in half. The entire sky was then split open as if it had been cut horizontally. The sky above fell a little and the firmament shook. Yunxiao's entire body was shattered into pieces, turning into a faint shadow of thunder that kept spreading. Ah! In the distance, Jun Ruyun cried out in surprise and almost lost his balance. But he soon realized that Yunxiao's death was a little strange, and there was no blood at all. With spirit transformation body. Xiaoxia's heart trembled as he retracted his sword and slashed at the lightning shadow with a cold light. The 5-element spirit body was almost immortal, But that was only in terms of characteristics. It was harder to die than ordinary people, but he would still die if he was injured too much. The thunder shadow seemed to have felt the blade intent, and with a flash of lightning, it turned into its true body. However, the blade auras seemed to have a spirit of their own. They chased after him, like countless birds of light chasing and chirping. Xianxia took out the Heaven Light sword box and performed an incantation gesture with one hand. Immediately, the sky was filled with sword shadows, and a sword enchantment opened up and rushed toward the saber beam, but it was all shattered. Thousand sword style. Xianxia changed the incantation gesture in his hand, and suddenly, tens of thousands of sword shadows appeared in the sword world, slashing out like a storm. Yaozha was shocked. He hurriedly wielded his blade and clumsily slashed a few times. His body seemed to be fixed in place as a cold moon-like blade light shot out to protect him. Bang! 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 Countless swords rained down, but they were all blocked by the saber light. Countless rays of light burst forth, like thousands of fireflies flashing in the night sky. Yaozha's stupid blade techniques were actually great wisdom but appeared to be foolish, great skill but appeared clumsy, protecting his body tightly. Xianxia frowned, and his eyes turned cold as he slowly raised his hand, which was forming an incantation gesture. The sword shadows that filled the sky turned into a moving starry cloud with countless sword talismans rolling inside. Billions of sword wills gathered from all directions, forming a sword diagram and evolving into a world. All the cultivators were greatly shocked, especially Jun Ruyun, who was an expert in the way of the sword. He felt an indescribable sword intent in his body about to burst out. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the million sword illustration. He was instantly captivated and could not control himself. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, the sword intent in his body seemed to have been sucked dry. His entire person lost all spirit and became dispirited and listless. Mo Xiaochuan quickly hit a few acupuncture points on his body and shouted, "Calm your mind and focus. You must not look at the sword picture." It was the second time he had seen Xianxia use this move, so he naturally understood its power. All sword experts were deeply affected. At this moment, the sword diagram in the air was the sword will of all the swords in the world, containing the supreme sword way. The 36 northern heaven frigid star swords each formed an eye, giving birth to a starry sky of swords and the great Tao of swords. After being wounded by Yaozha, Yunxiao's primordial chi was also damaged, so he could not fight with him any longer. Therefore, he used his supreme sword Tao to send him to the west. Yaozha seemed to have realized that something was wrong as well. He was shocked beyond words. Under the ancient sword Tao runes, just the pressure made him feel extremely dangerous. Damn it! Yaozha wasn't a reckless person. He knew that he couldn't win against this move, so he turned around and left. You want to leave? That's too late and childish. 10,000 swords returned to one. Xianxia sneered as the sword diagram spun in the sky and slashed down. Yaozha was shocked. His huge body stopped running and stood still. He realized that he couldn't avoid the sword at all. His powerful talent as a martial artist made him calm down instantly. He held the saber behind him with both hands, and countless rules of martial will rolled on the saber. The ancient sound also turned into silver strings. I'm Iru with the blade. As he said those words, a similar blade light shone from Yaozha's body. He became one with the demonic blade in his hand and slashed at the sword picture. It was as if a shooting star had streaked across the sky and merged into the endless starry night. Then, it exploded and gave off a dazzling light, illuminating the entire sky and land. Boom, boom, boom! A terrifying saber light and sword intent spread out, turning into countless tornadoes that swept through the world. One of the most dazzling rays of light even shot up into the sky, causing the entire Thousand Mountains prefecture to shake. Yaozha's body was caught in the sword light. His armor kept breaking apart as he screamed in pain and was swept up into the sky. The other demons were horrified and hurriedly turned to flee. Xianxia retracted the sword chi that filled the sky and returned it to his body, not bothering to chase after those demons. Under the million sword illustration, the entire mountain range's terrain was completely changed. Bai Sheng woke up from his temporary petrification and hurriedly went up to pay his respects. "Greetings, Sir Pajun." "You don't have to be so polite," Yunxiao said. "I'll go with you." "Greetings, master." In the distance, Jun Ruyun's entire body was also trembling. He couldn't help but shed tears as he knelt down in the air. His expression couldn't be seen, but his shoulders were trembling violently and he was sobbing in a low voice. "Get up," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. "You've made great progress over the years. Just now, I saw that you were distracted by the million sword illustration. With your talent, you will definitely step into the 9-star realm after you go back and carefully comprehend it." "Yes, yes." Jun Ruyun kept kowtowing, so excited that he couldn't stand up. "You don't even need to touch the ground when you kowtow." Young Emperor Haolian frowned. "You're such a hypocrite." Jun Ruyun's body froze. He said coldly, "I really want to tear you apart, you stupid thing." With Sir Pao Jun in charge of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, the seal on the 5-Cloud Mountain is safe, Bai Sheng said with emotion. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Sect Master," Yunxiao said, a little embarrassed. "Are you leaving, sir?" The victor's Bai was stunned for a moment and asked anxiously. Yunxiao shook his head. "The seal of 5-Cloud Mountain is related to another matter. I'm sorry, I have to break it." "Ah!" Everyone was shocked, even Mo Xiaochuan and the others. This Sir Xuanji Pajuan, don't you care about the common people?" asked the victorious 100-battle expert. "All the living beings of the world? Who said that the demons will harm the common people when they come out?" Yunxiao said indifferently. "Who said that? This was only a possibility, not an absolute. Moreover, even the saints don't care about this matter. So why should I care?" He immediately explained the matter between Fei Cheng and Tai Yuan. Ah! This time, the victors of 100 battles were even more dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. After a long time, they became dejected and said, "Since even saints are like this, then what's the point of me stupidly persisting?" His words were filled with endless boredom and disappointment, as well as grief and indignation. Which Department of State is behind these two people? Yunxiao said, "We still need to investigate, but I must break the seal on 5-Cloud Mountain. Lord Pojun's name is known all over the world. Even if he has some hidden secrets, aren't you afraid of the world's tongue if you do such a big thing?" Bai Zhanxing said. "I'm not afraid," Yunxiao said with a smile, "but there's no need to get into this trouble. Since the two of them have the same goal as me, I'll leave this matter to them." He took out the jade seal and handed it to Bai Zhanxing. "Give the seal to the two of them. When they break the seal, we will come out and catch them. This crime will be placed on the saints." Looking at the jade seal, the victors of 100 battles felt bitter in their hearts. But neither Yunxiao nor the two from the Holy Region were people he could afford to provoke. Besides, the Holy Region had already given up, so why should he insist on it? After thinking it through, he also became free and easy, put away the jade seal and said, "Then we'll do as Sir Pajun says." After the few of them agreed, they headed towards the sealed area. Suddenly, a roar came from the sky, as if hundreds of beasts were galloping and thousands of birds were chirping. The few of them stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky in shock. In just a moment, the sky was filled with dense purple grid lines, crisscrossing and penetrating the universe. On the grid lines, there were shadows of wild beasts and birds, as well as 4 monsters that looked like dragons and horses. Domain teleportation formation. The victors of 100 battles shrieked as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Demonic chi filled the air. It was obvious that there was a demonic clan mighty figure teleporting through the air, and it was not just one person. What the hell is this? Yunxiao's face darkened as he looked on coldly. After the 4 monsters that were neither dragons nor horses appeared, they were all wearing golden equipment. Their 4 hooves ran on the grid line, slowly pulling out a completely golden chariot. It appeared in the sky and kept moving forward. The chariots were filled with beautiful patterns, with hundreds of beasts and birds engraved on them. Powerful demonic beasts emerged continuously and followed the chariots, galloping around them. There were even birds hovering in the air, chirping. This Bayan. The victorious hundred's heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his chest. He cried out, "Demon Emperor!" Xiao clenched his fists and became vigilant. Although the newcomer had not shown himself yet, there was no one else in the demon clan who could have such an aura, except for the emperor of all demons. As for golden chariots, which were neither dragons nor horses, and birds and beasts, appeared one after another, powerful auras broke through the air and turned into demonic figures, following the chariot closely. "Sir Pajun, what should we do?" Bai Sheng asked in a low voice. "The demon emperor's appearance is most likely due to the loss of the gold slip," Xiao said thoughtfully. "It seems that now is the time for them to work together to break the seal. In that case, I have nothing to do with this. It doesn't matter if it's a saint or a demon emperor. As long as the seal is broken, it's fine." Bai Sheng's face turned pale. Breaking the seal was almost a foregone conclusion. What he was concerned about now was how it would affect the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. If a large number of demons appeared and a conflict broke out, the Thousand Mountains Prefecture would probably be reduced to dust in history. Xiao saw through his thoughts and said, "It's best to order all the disciples to evacuate from the Thousand Mountains Prefecture and hide in the ancient martial empire for a while. At the same time, inform all the nearby sects to be on guard. After all, the consequences of the monster race coming out of the Five-Cloud Mountain are unpredictable." "You're right, my lord. I'll do it now," Bai Xianxia said. He hurriedly took out a few communication jade tokens and sent out all kinds of messages in the air. Then he disappeared in a flash. He then used an escape technique and headed in the direction of the seal. The tank in the sky suddenly stopped after traveling for a while. A few demon shadows appeared in front of him, knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, your majesty." A man's voice came from the chariot. "Why are there only a few of you? Where's my military advisor?" The demons broke out in cold sweat. One of them said in a trembling voice, Lord military counselor, he. What happened to him?" The man in the chariot seemed to have predicted something bad, and his voice was a little hurried and stern. Suddenly, a demon man behind the chariot pointed at the sky and said in surprise, "That's the military advisor of Xuanji." His eyes glowed with green light, and he seemed to have some kind of spiritual ability. He immediately noticed that 10,000 miles in the sky, a demon's body was floating. Its limbs were spread out, and it was unknown whether it was alive or dead. "Ah, it's Xianxia." The kneeling demons also cried out in alarm. A demon next to the chariot spread his wings and appeared in the sky with a flap. He carried Xia down. "Your Majesty, Xianxia has passed out. His life is not in danger," he said as he landed gently beside the chariot. There was silence in the sky. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Xianxia, whose body was covered in cracks and his armor was in pieces. "The military counselor's strength is extraordinary." A voice came from the chariot. "Is there anyone from the sects near the Five-Cloud Mountain who can be his match?" "It's like this." Xiao, a demon who was kneeling on the ground, said hurriedly. He told Xiao everything clearly, from their encounter in the teleportation channel to the robbery of the gold slip and the jade seal, to the appearance of the Grey Demon tribe, and the battle between Xia and Xiao. The reincarnation of the vanquisher martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang. Another man's voice came from the chariot. His voice was trembling, showing that he was unable to control his emotions. "Can you be sure of this?" the man's voice from before asked. "I can't be sure, but it's 8.9% certain," the kneeling monster replied. "If Gu Feiyang is really here, it's not surprising that you're injured, counselor," the other man said. "Bring the military counselor in, I'll give him some treatment." The curtain of the chariot was rolled open, emitting a slight fluctuation of light. It was extremely spacious inside, and only 2 people were sitting inside. One of them had a burly figure and was imposing without being angry. His skin was a faint yellow, and he was wearing a purple gold crown embedded with treasures. He was also wearing a red brocade robe with 100 butterflies. He looked luxurious and happy. He was the emperor of all demons, desolate, The other man had a dignified appearance, brows like ink paintings, and was gentle and elegant. He was known as the most talented alchemist of the demon race in tens of thousands of years. AI. The demon with wings appeared in the chariot with Xia in his arms and gently placed him in front of the elegant demon. He then nodded to the two of them before bowing and taking his leave. Desolate glanced at the wounds on Xia's body, and his eyes narrowed with sharp light. What a powerful sword intent. Even the military counselor's protective demonic chi was broken. AI examined it carefully and said without much expression, "It's a good thing you met us. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous if you had been left floating in the void. Gu Feiyang might not be the only one in the world who has such a powerful sword will, but the possibility of him is very high." "Gu Feiyang is here too," Huang said. "He even took the gold slip. I'm afraid this trip to Five Cloud Mountain will be full of twists and turns. Please wake the military advisor up as soon as possible." "Yes," AI responded and took out a pill for Xia to swallow. Then, his 5 fingers gently brushed over Zhong's body, and rays of light rose from his palms. The countless sword wounds on Xia's body began to heal, and his face changed colors. The spirit chi in his body was constantly activated. The demon team started to move forward in the sky again. They were not fast, but they were heading towards the place where the victors were going, where the seal of Five Cloud Mountain was. Yunxiao followed them quietly just in case. The situation was complicated now, and he was afraid of any unexpected changes. In order to avoid exposing his whereabouts, he asked everyone to enter the Divine Realm tablet while he followed them alone. A moment later, the chariot arrived in the sky above the Thousand Mountains prefecture. The dozens of mountains had already received the news, so no one had left. Many of the demons frowned. Apparently, they couldn't sense anything with their divine senses. "It seems like our presence has been discovered," Huang said slowly. "The Thousand Mountain Prefecture has fled with preparations. However, they are not the target of our trip. Don't pay attention to anything else and go directly to the Five Cloud Mountain." The chariot didn't stop and directly went into the distance. Yunxiao sent a voice transmission to Jun Ruyun through the Divine Realm tablet. "Where is the seal of the Five Cloud Mountain?" "Your disciple doesn't know," Jun Ruyun hurriedly replied. "We don't even know the exact location of the Five Cloud Mountain. This has always been a secret of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, and I'm afraid only the elders in the sect know about it." "It seems that there are traitors in Thousand Mountains Prefecture," Yunxiao said with a frown. He regretted not asking for the exact location of the victorious 100-battle team. Now, he could only follow behind the demons, which seemed a little passive. Suddenly, the chariot came to a stop. The 4 monsters that were neither dragons nor horses raised their heads and cried for a while before they gradually stopped. A few demons walked forward and muttered to themselves. One of them then threw a scroll down. The scroll danced in the air and emitted a golden light. Countless strange symbols flew out from it. At a glance, Yunxiao knew that those symbols were spatial coordinates. This scroll should be an alchemy product that recorded and stored countless coordinates, and it was now released to find the real location. Suddenly, one of the coordinates lit up. One of the demons was overjoyed. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and sent it into the coordinates. Then, with the symbol as the point, a power of confusion spread out and the surrounding scene changed. The mountain range where the Thousand Mountains Prefecture was located kept turning into light spots and dissipating. Another scene appeared. In a huge void, a beautiful mountain peak appeared out of thin air, emitting colorful light. All the people of the human-demon clan suddenly quieted down. They all looked at the mountain with complicated expressions. They couldn't see the top of the mountain. It went straight through the clouds and the bottom was bottomless. It went straight to hell. This mountain was not only majestic, but also had an extraordinary meaning to its existence. It pressed down on the hearts of every demon, making it hard for them to breathe. The curtain on the carriage slowly opened, and Huang and Ai Zhu walked out. They looked at the mountain peak from the sky. Although the scenery was beautiful, the setting sun made them feel like they were the flowers of the past. "This Five-Cloud Mountain is actually a profound level weapon," Ai said. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, But no one doubted Yao AI's words. What kind of profound level weapon can suppress my people for thousands of years? Huang asked seriously. And where does this endless power come from? Under the colorful light of the 5-cloud mountain, AI's figure was a little red. She pointed down and said, "From the earth." This mountain was probably formed by the mutated elements of the earth essence, and Gu Qingqing had refined it a little to form a mountain. This object is an element of the earth, so it's naturally one with the earth, giving birth to infinite power. In the distance, Yunxiao's heart trembled violently. He had been puzzled by the light and felt that it had a very strong sense of heaviness of the earth. Now, after hearing AI Yi's words, he was even more convinced. His eyes were fixed on the 5-cloud mountain, and they became fiery. Since the seal was going to be broken anyway, he naturally didn't intend to be polite about this mountain peak. However, what puzzled him was that the 5-cloud mountain was right in front of him. Where were the elders of the victorious 100,000 Mountains Prefecture and the 2 from the sacred zone? Could it be that she had listened to his words and ran away? Wasn't this too much nonsense? MR.AI. Huang Yan said, "Since this mountain is a profound level weapon, do you have a way to break it? You know it very well. If it were any other profound level weapon, I'd naturally have a way. However, the Earth elemental origin source was connected to the boundless Earth and had an endless source of power. It would be difficult to succeed in one try. Because of this, it was much more difficult than I had expected. It's best to find the key to have the greatest confidence." "Is it that difficult?" Huang frowned. "Not only can they communicate with each other, but even some special low-level demons can escape. It should be riddled with holes, right?" "His Majesty's words are lacking." AI shook his head. The expressions of the demons around them changed slightly, but they quickly returned to normal and did not have much of a reaction. Only AI Hui had the qualifications and courage to point out the shortcomings of the Demon Emperor. He continued, "This space is definitely not a heaven and earth that is deliberately hidden or isolated. It is formed by the territory of the 5-cloud mountain. If your Majesty can sense the power of this space, you will understand that the seal's damage is ridiculous. If that's the case, how did so many small demons escape from there?" asked Huang. "I don't know about this yet. I'll observe further when the seal is broken," AI said. "I'll have to trouble you." MR.AI. Huang nodded. "Let's find the entrance to the seal first." "Humans are really strange," a great demon behind him said. "Could it be that they're so afraid of death that not a single one of them escaped?" Another demon sneered. "His Majesty is here personally. No wonder they fled. It would be abnormal if they didn't." "Don't talk nonsense," the great demon snorted coldly. "If the human race were so easy to deal with, we would have broken the seal and rescued our people. There must be something wrong. We can't be careless." "Soul's right," said Desolate. "We must be careful. The sanctuary realm's strength is far above ours, so we must not underestimate them." "It's a pity that we can't be united," the other monster said hatefully. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to survive in the starry and lunar illusionary realm. If all the tribes can unite, we can even dominate the entire heavenly martial realm, not to mention the heavenly martial continent." All of the monster race cultivators' expressions became unsightly, as if something was weighing on their minds, and several of them even cast reproachful gazes at him. The monster was shocked and quickly covered his mouth, not daring to say another word. "As long as you guys stay with me, we'll be invincible," said Huang slowly. "We swear to follow His Majesty to the death." All the demons shouted in unison, and their voices shook the sky. Even the birds and beasts roared with them, and their surging demonic power spread out, filling the entire space. AI frowned. "Everyone, keep your demonic aura. I'll investigate the seal of the 5-cloud mountain and see where the demonic aura is seeping out. It must be the weak point." His divine sense spread out from his body, and instantly, it was like a rainbow, emitting light that illuminated the entire space. It reflected the red light of the 5-cloud mountain. Yunxiao's heart trembled violently. He had only seen this kind of divine sense light in ancient books, and only 10th-tier alchemist gods could condense their divine sense into light. Even Yuan Gaohan could not do it. The scene in front of him almost made him lose his mind. What was going on? AI was a level 10 warlock god? How could one become a god in this world? Countless questions surfaced in his mind. None of them answered. The light of his deified soul was like the water moon shining on the earth, constantly spreading. Yunxiao was on guard. He had no confidence that he could still hide under this divine sense. After all, it was a move that could only be used by a 10th-tier alchemist. If his whereabouts were to be exposed, he planned to escape at the first opportunity. It was not that he was afraid of these demons, but he had already determined that their goal was exactly the same as his. He did not want to engage in a pointless fight. His priority was to save Yunxiang. After spreading out thousands of feet, the beam of divine sense stopped about 200 or 300 feet away from Yunxiao. AI Huey's eyes moved as he looked at a certain spot in the void. He sighed and said, "Is it Lord Li? Come out." Everyone's eyes turned in that direction. Under the light of his deified soul, the space shook slightly and a figure appeared. Yunxiao looked over and saw that it was Li, who had been away for a long time after the battle in Red Moon City. Not only had he fully recovered, but he had also advanced a level. As soon as Li appeared, he was immediately locked on by countless divine senses. All of them were filled with killing intent, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred. Deified soul light? You've entered the god realm. Li was also incomparably shocked. He looked at AI in a daze, unable to believe it. I'm still half a step away. My deified soul can only spread out to a range of 7,000 feet. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the only one who'd find me. AI replied with a smile. 7,000 feet of divine sense light. Buy-in. Even so, Li was still very surprised, and his face was a little dull. Desolate's face was grim and solemn. Since you're here, the others should be here as well, right? Since you're all here, then come out. The members of my monster race have always been open and honest. There's no need to hide. I'm not hiding, Li helplessly said. I wanted to leave, but you all came too quickly. I couldn't leave. So, Lord Shang has escaped? Huang snorted. Escape? It seems that Lord Huang is uneducated, and your words are inappropriate. Li looked calm and said, Lord Shang pitied the state of the universe and the people. He did not want a violent conflict to occur within our clan. So he left early in the morning. Humph! But he's the source of the conflict, Huang said sarcastically. If he's so righteous, he wouldn't have separated the monster clan. The king of all monsters, the capable shall be the one, Li said slowly. Lord Shang is more capable than you. I hope that Lord Huang is sensible and knows how to adapt to the current situation. How audacious! Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to His Majesty like this? Soul rebuked angrily. Desolate's face turned dark, and his eyes glowed with a cold light. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Shi Yan. He sneered. What Lord Li means is that I don't know what's good for me. That's right, replied Li with a serious expression. If His Excellency could understand the current situation, he would abdicate and give up his position. Lord Shang would certainly bring the entire demon race to the peak. Just like what he had said just now, not only the realm of heavenly martial arts, but the entire heavenly martial continent would have to respect the demon race. The high priest saw this, and so he followed Lord Shang without a care. Hee, that old fool who won't die, Desolate sneered. And how many of the 8 demon clans that followed that old fool are still alive? The battle at Red Moon City disgraced our clan. So why didn't they all die? You still have the face to ask me to abdicate. Ahem. Isn't it a little too much for your majesty to speak of me like this? A coughing sound came from the distance, and the high priestess appeared. She looked very old and held a walking stick in her hand as she walked over step by step. When AI Hui saw this, he bowed from afar and said, High priest. Other than him, the rest of the demons were a little touched, but they stood still and looked on coldly. Many of them had pained expressions, as if they couldn't forgive his betrayal. Desolate clasped his hands behind his back and clenched his fists. It was obvious that he was shaken. He said coldly, "High Priest, do you still recognize me as your emperor? As long as His Majesty has not abdicated, he is still my emperor." The ancestral temple saluted. "High Priest, your betrayal is the most painful thing for me," Huang said coldly. The master sighed. "It's hard to go against heaven's will. I'm only doing my duty as a high priest. Please forgive me, your majesty. Although your betrayal has caused great losses to the demon race," Huang said, "it has even caused the demon race to be divided, and it's still expanding. As long as you come back, I'll let bygones be bygones. You'll still be my high priest. The heavenly Tao is constant, and it can't be changed by man. The times are constantly moving forward. Not only can I not go back, but the monster race can also not go back." "Nonsense. Even if the era moves forward, it will be me who will lead the demon race forward." Desolate's face darkened as he shouted, "High Priest, I'll give you one last chance. My choice is the choice of the times, and it can't be changed. I'd be more than happy to sacrifice my blood for the beginning of this era. Then you can go to hell." Desolate's patience finally wore out. He raised his hand, and a vast power churned in his palm. "Please don't be anxious, your majesty." AI hurriedly stopped him. He turned to the temple and said, "High Priest, for you to appear here, you must also be here for the matter of 5 Cloud Mountain, right? Do you have the key?" "I've already destroyed the key, so please go back," Ci said, looking at him. AI's expression did not look too good as she said, "I have no intention of interfering in the battle between Mr. Shang and His Majesty, but the 5 Cloud Mountain has trapped my people for thousands of years. It is really unreasonable for the High Priest to destroy the key." The monster race people around the chariot were also filled with righteous indignation. Before, they still had some feelings for the temple, but now they all had evil looks on their faces. If His Majesty had the intention to break the seal, he would have done it decades ago, but nothing has happened, the temple master said. Yet, he chose this moment to break the seal and save her. His intentions are clear. The monsters were all frightened, their faces uncertain. They peeked at Desolate and pondered. "Nonsense," Huang snorted. "I've been trying my best to save my compatriots, and I've only had the chance now. If it weren't for you traitors causing trouble, I'm afraid the seal here would have been broken by me long ago. I've tried many times to break the seal on 5 Cloud Mountain, but why have I been rejected by His Majesty?" Desolate's face darkened as he shouted, "High Priest, you're too cunning." He actually tried to sow discord at this time. "But who would believe a traitor like you?" Ci's expression did not change. "Let's not talk about what happened back then. It's naturally necessary to let our people out of the mountain. It's just that the time is not right. We can't let them out now." "Then when will you come out?" Huang sneered. "When the demon race is united and no longer has any major differences," Ci said. "Otherwise, it's already chaotic enough. If more people come out, who knows what kind of chaos it will be." "What a joke," Huang said coldly. "You traitors are the source of the chaos, and you still have the face to say that. I'll definitely break this seal today. If the High Priest and Mr. Shang are not happy, you can come and stop me." A domineering aura spread out of his body, intimidating all directions. Even Yunxiao, who was standing in the distance, felt his heart palpitate at the aura. Ci's expression changed slightly, as if he was unwilling to face his sharp edge. He retreated to the side and said, "Your Majesty, please consider the overall situation of our clan." "Impudent! How dare you talk nonsense here?" Huang said angrily. "Not only will I break the seal today, but I'll also kill all of you traitors. You have no chance, High Priest." That monstrous killing intent directly condensed into a ghostly shadow in the air, and suddenly grabbed towards Ci. Ci's face was livid as he took a few steps back. The hand seals in his hands changed continuously, blasting towards the manifestation of the killing intent as he shouted. "If His Majesty wants to break the seal, it's nothing more than chasing the waves and driving the tigers away. But is your Majesty so sure that the Azure Demon Clan in the 5 Cloud Mountain will help you?" You must know that the Blue Demon Clan is not any weaker than His Majesty. How can a mountain accommodate 2 tigers, let alone 3? You don't need to worry about that, High Priest, Desolate said coldly. Moreover, breaking the seal was the last wish of the past demon emperors. I'm only doing this for the good of my clan, and I have no selfish motives at all. As for chasing the waves and driving the tiger, that's a joke. Let's see who's the wolf and who's the tiger if you have the ability to get Xiang out. The manifestation of the killing intent was dispersed by Sea Ice Palm, turning into smoke and clouds in the air. Desolate sneered, murderous intent shooting out of his eyes. He disappeared from the chariot in a flash and attacked CI directly,